friends. My name is Host Eric, and I am the host of Talking with Famous People. Talking with Famous People is a YouTube channel that brings you all the best of everything, from meow to meow to everything in between. Are feelings the new truth? That's a pretty provocative title in some ways, or at least. I think people have strong feelings about both feelings and truth. I think people who feel things strongly emotionally and understand what those emotions inform them, they probably feel strongly in defensive feelings. Additionally, people who believe themselves to, either correctly or incorrectly, take a detached approach to evaluating things are probably going to feel strongly against feelings. Probably both parties will feel generally positive about truth, but not necessarily but understand the relationship between truth and feelings to be very different from one another. Hi, Cameron. How's it going? El hosto de las famosos. No. El puesto de hablando con personas famosas. Sí. Oh, sí. So, the thing is, what I've noticed is that, and I'm sure it's always been this way to some extent, but it's hard to discuss any idea, maybe increasingly so, without encountering impassioned pushback or support, one or the other. I certainly got very impassioned yesterday when I was confronted with um, COVID delusion persistence syndrome. As I tend to get very upset about it. It's like I had to deal with nobody listening to me and everybody being wrong, but everybody being in agreement with each other back when COVID was happening. Now, all sane people come to acknowledge that our response to COVID was a nightmarishly bad approach. However, not all people. Some people persist in believing that somehow it was appropriate to freak out about COVID. And that triggers me, made me very mad. Um, which makes me no different than anybody else in that regard. People are very attached to their various positions, and people obviously have always, but now are more empowered to research and study stuff with the engine of passionate confirmation bias. Ghostbot says, "What's up, G Body?" Not too much, Ghostbot. I like that name, G Body. That's my rapper name. My rapper name is G Body. The G stands for guy. The body stands for Y. Azura is back with his BBC, but from Russia says no, none for me. Fear burn D&D. My fam still won't eat inside restaurants. It's annoying, but my rule is to accept what people, what, to accept people's needs, quote unquote. So this is certainly a perspective, right? This is one that's more consistent with the with an understanding of the world as fundamentally comprised of subjectivities. That because each individual has their own set of statements, affirmations, negations, that therefore there are only individual truths, and that we oughtn't, I guess, use the term to distinguish between something that is accurate and correct and something that is not, perhaps. Thanks, Catalyst. I do look great for 28. I don't look a day over 27.
No.
So, Akias Oyo comes in and voices one side of this perspective, right? There is no truth, there's only truths. Of course, truth itself, that term, it's a status that we afford to statements. Only statements can have truth value, and the truth value that a statement might have is true, false, or no truth value. Where is Rachel?
Right here.
Boop, 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 boop. Next time I can get a tripod that doesn't beep when I turn it. Boop, 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 boop. I thought that would be cool when I got it, and now I'm just sick of it. Hi from China. Hi, China. How's it going? I've been to China. I've lived in Shanghai for a few months, and I've been to Wuxidong. You know where Wuxidong is, I'm sure. When I was in Shanghai, I lived right near the corner of Hongqiaolu, Shuaichanglu.
Hola, Kamoto.
The other perspective would likely be one that says we can and should determine that which is objectively so, and all reasonable parties should agree to that truth because it meets certain criteria, right? Like some parties will say it meets certain criteria on the grounds that um, that there's empirics, right? There's externalities that have some kind of physicality or methodology to turn physicality into data. Studies, empirics of whatever sort. In the simplest instance, you'd say, um, I have a Mini Cooper as my car. And to prove that that is true, I could simply go outside and show you the Mini Cooper. You could argue back by saying, well, we don't really know that's your Mini Cooper. We acknowledge that's a Mini Cooper, but we don't know that really is yours. In which I might rebut with showing you more physical evidence. I could show you the registration of my car showing my name on it, right? So that's one way that people establish what's objectively so is through concrete empirics like that. One thing that you probably wouldn't be able to do if I claim that I have a Mini Cooper as a car and I go outside and um hi Barat. Barat, are you the Turkish person? If you are, let me just say, uh, congratulations on your team's win. Oh yeah, I watched. It was the best game of the whole fucking tournament, dude. That game was astonishing. And as everybody's waxing poetic, Rachel got up towards the end of the game, and I even showed her the save and the people talking about it. The best save I've ever seen. That is the best save I've ever seen, dude. Like, I've never seen a goalkeeper make a more important, more impressive save at the most important time. It was crazy. What a fantastic game. Great job to both Turkey and to Austria, even though they lost. That was the most entertaining game I have seen the entire tournament. It was fantastic. It's actually not a small car. This is a four door Countryman, which is actually quite roomy. I mean, it may occupy less total space on the road than some other kinds of cars, but even for me, it's perfectly comfortable to sit in it. Unlike my dad's two-door Mini, which was in fact too small for me. So anyway, I've established that this Mini Cooper is here. You could argue that it's not my Mini Cooper or something. You'd have a very hard time arguing that it's not a Mini Cooper, right? So in that instance, empirics, the more concrete the claim, the easier it is to establish empirically. And so if people want to say like, well, we all have our own truths, most people would agree that unless you're trying to abuse language or words in some way to dissemble, that in fact, if your truth is that that's not a Mini Cooper, then you're just deluded. It's not your truth, my truth. That's you're wrong and deluded, and that definitely is, right? So, in that regard, for people who are what you might call generally subjectivists, they're probably not going to assert their subjectivism for something that concrete. And if they do, it's just as a kind of self-defeating, well, how do we really know anything kind of argument or something like that. So, on the other hand, objectivists will often miss the point about a lot of other kinds of truths in life that one ought to address subjectively. Objectivists will often, especially when they're young in their relationships, they will they'll try to impose rationalism onto a partner who maybe is a subjectivist. I did that with my first wife. I used to tell her, you need to stop using your emotions so much. Right? Yes, somebody says Trump 2024. I see that. Thank you. Somebody says there are many universes. Okay. What makes you think that? What does she look like? Who? I don't have any problem with the Mini Cooper. Explain to me the physics of the universe. I can't really explain to you the physics of the universe. What's here but not here? Yeah, I mean, Turkey must just be going apeshit over that save. So, the thing about your quantum mechanics, Schrodinger's cat, or whatever, the idea of the Schrodinger's cat exercise is one that attempts to reveal how observation of data precludes meaning making from the data. I mean, precedes meaning making from the data, right? It's really a philosophical exercise more than anything else. It's not that the cat's actually in a state of superposition in the box. It's that we have to treat it as though it's such because we haven't observed it either way yet. The cat is not actually dead and alive at the same time. First of all, Schrodinger picked a bad thing to put in the box because given that it's a living thing, one presumes it can observe its own experience like all other living things can. So it wouldn't even work on a cat. You have to put something in there that, some other inanimate non-agent that will be triggered to change in fashion A. If this happens, triggered to change to stay the same if it doesn't, right? Something like that. Some kind of binary thing like alive and dead, but not for an actual living thing. So let's replace it with, instead of Schrodinger's cat, we'll replace it with an electric cat that there's a 50% chance that something inside the box has turned off the electricity. And the point is, until we open the box, it's both on and off. No, it's not. Okay. The idea of this is that observation precedes meaning, right? The idea of it is not that the thing's really on and off inside the box. It's that for all our purposes, we must treat it as though it's in a state of superposition. And so much so is reality controlled by observation that when we try to observe what happens when we don't observe, we get validation of the fact that we need the observation to determine things. When we're observing a purportedly unobserved thing, that's when we get stuff like the double slit experiment, right? So the important thing about quantum physics is basically that people use that idea to make all kinds of specious arguments and justifications. One thing we know is that to the extent that the mechanics at the quantum level are distinctly as explained, that those are the mechanics of stuff at the quantum level. It does not apply to the macro level, right? So the physics of reality and the reality of consciousness are inexorably linked. We move more and more towards this favoring of determinism as an explanation for things, as we continue to move more and more towards an explanation that is utilitarian in its moral justifications, which is an odd mix of things, right? Like, oh, everyone's predetermined to be whatever. Congratulations, Turkey. Congratulations. You deserve it. That was the most exciting game I've seen in a long time. Fantastic work. Thank you for your excellent, entertaining performance today. Good job. And, you know, your goalkeeper is going to be such a hero in your country. It's like that highlight of that save is going to be replayed so many times. I can't remember ever seeing as good a save. It's like, how did he save that? So the point is, with truth and feelings and is that I guess what I'm going to with that is I believe we have a serious crisis of certainty, crisis of ambiguity. Reality presents us with a variety of narratives that comprise our okay? Okay. No, thank you. No, thank you. So, it's actually not hot in here, Nabob. It's actually kind of chilly in here. It is warm enough, plenty warm outside, but so where am I getting with this? Right. We have a bunch of narratives that comprise our. Thank you, Billy Wallace. I appreciate you reminding me, but I was actually moving on from there a little bit towards this. We have a bunch of narratives that comprise our, I guess you'd say, experiential foundation, just our assumptions. And a lot of those things are a lot of ideas and such that we all took for granted for a long time. And were able to assume that both we accepted that they were true and so did everybody else, and that there's certain things that if somebody says yeah, we can just dismiss that as bullshit because it's so crazy. Like if somebody says um, if somebody says the sun rises in the south and sets in the north, we can just dismiss that as they're trolling, they're super wrong, they're trying to be provocatively wrong or something else. You know, we don't need to take that seriously. On the other hand, if somebody says, if somebody says, well, I call into question, say, the story we all learned about the pyramids, that they were made by the Egyptians. I believe they were made by aliens. Is that something that we can just be as dismissive, immediately as dismissive about as the sun rises in the south and sets in the north? Maybe. Depends on your perspective, right? But then what if we alter that narrative a little bit and we say that now we're questioning whether or not the Egyptians built the pyramids or if they inherited the pyramids from an earlier civilization from thousands of years before that got wiped out for some reason. Is that something that ought to be reductively, just like without further ado, dismissed as well? And if so or if not, why or why not? So, like, no, I'm not a flat earther. Like, for example, flat earth is an example of the problem we're talking about here, though, which is because a lot of narratives that were just sort of presented to us as straight ahead, correct orthodoxies have either shifted or been proven wrong as we've grown up. In other words, our understanding of the world has changed faster than a few generations at a pace in which people's understanding of the world has not been forced to deal with this much understanding change. Humans evolve intellectually, maybe morally, maybe spiritually, I don't know, but they do so cross generationally because of the persistence of language. Because people have written down what they've learned, discovered, figured out, whatever, in books and other places for people to learn from. Humans, each generation didn't have to start over from scratch. They were able to build off previous technologies, right? And that did create this kind of intellectual or cultural evolution, you might say, technological evolution for humanity that it corresponds as well with like increased education, etc. Education is basically just telling the kids all the stuff that previous people have already figured out that have now become the new basics, right? So let me just pause here to address a few things, and then we'll get back to this line of thought regarding the relationship of humans to their various narratives and the progress as a assimilation of previously learned useful things or whatever, right? We'll get back to that in a second. Now, to this. Brand Cax says, so many religious folk here. Can you do anything without talking about Christ? Chill, all. Okay, well, Jesus is the King says Jesus is the King of Kings. Huh. Some say white folk built it. White folk built what? We humans reflexively use ourselves as the measure of all things, what is more reliable than that? What does meow mean? Meow means whatever. It's like X. It's a variable. You can put whatever in Flat earthers, Boba Fett dismisses them as being just incredibly dumb. So I would tend to agree that flat earth is something we can dismiss out of hand. I don't know if the people who believe in it are dumb. I think the people who believe in it are very distrusting of official narratives. They don't. I think they don't trust their ability to parse things out correctly. So they trust their intuition, which says distrust. You look like Hector from Breaking Bad. I do, huh? Okay, good to know. Leonardo Lopez says, when did you get out of jail? I've actually never been to jail, Leonardo Lopez. And then Leonardo Lopez follows up with, you used to be my teacher. Well, if your teacher went to jail, then I did not used to be your teacher. Hey, Eric, what is your opinion on this new breed of far-right Marxist ideology? What does that even mean? I mean, there's no right or left with authoritarianism, in my opinion. There's rhetoric that's either populist or rights driven, usually one of the two. But if you've got rhetoric that's not about rights, then you probably are going towards authoritarianism. Okay, Brand Cack says, Jeremiah, that's fine, but do you realize not everyone has the same beliefs as you? Not everyone wants to hear about Christ. Well, thank you, Brand Cack, for that. Ben Landon, hi, Mom. I'm not your mom, Ben. Makes no effing sense, says Nabob. Very few things do. Mr. Bible Institute, that was a snide remark by justifications of one presuppositions. Liberty Bible Institute 101 says Jesus saves. Bofa says the pyramids. Or Rarat Tang from Fullwet says you can't prove the world isn't flat. I'm not trying to. I think Jesus is the king, says Barat Caesar. Oh, Barat Caesar says, I think Jesus is the king, thinks Jesus is the king. Shockingly, yes. What are my thoughts on the Buru? If you're talking about like and there being another planet in the solar system, well, there apparently is, most likely, but it's not called Nibiru. It's not on course for Earth. It's not some. We don't know anything about it except that it's distorting the orbits of some of the other planets. That's why we were able to mathematically conclude that it exists. Oh no, Jason L's here to tell me to hit a blinker. Wonderful. Favorite Beatles album? Great question, unscrupulous window pane. I'm going to go with either the White... Is the White Album cheating because it's a double album?
No.
See, it's like if I can... Assuming I can skip the songs I want to skip, right?
Yeah.
I go White Album. If I have to listen to the album start to finish, I'll go Rubber Soul.
That's fair.
What do you think, Richard? What's your favorite Beatles album?
I have to agree with you.
She agrees.
Yeah, I do. It's just like, but I would skip over a bunch of
The bad songs, sure.
Yeah.
Kill Switch says, hey, Papa, and bricked. I don't know what bricked means. Liberty Bible Institute says, people going to the moon is a lie. Well, I do believe that the Chinese are on the moon. And the thing I would say about people who like let's look at fake moon landing as a possible thing that people might believe. If somebody believes the moon landing is fake, should we go, what a nut job? Or should we think that there's some possibility that that's the case? I mean, what I would point out is it is very unlikely that the moon landing was faked, but also that if you're going to claim something isn't legit, you have more ground to claim that about a single event than you do about a whole extended bunch of shit, right? So it's conceivable to me that if you wanted to argue that the moon landing were faked, you'd be well served to say it like this. I believe in the space program in general, all the other Apollo missions and stuff. I just don't think they pulled off the moon landing, so they faked it on a studio. If you were to say that, then that would be you'd have a lot more credibility than if you were to say that you in fact doubt the veracity of all other kinds of things that we've done in space, right? So it's like one way to evaluate the legitimacy of a given claim is to check to see exactly how that claim, what the specs of that claim are. People who ought to be afforded legitimacy make claims of limited scope, which suggests that they know, they understand what comprises adequate justification for suspicion in which kind of circumstances. No, I'm aware of all the evidence in the matter, Liberty Bible Institute. I have, in fact, researched it quite a bit. We have lots of reason to distrust NASA, to be honest. You probably have seen those red pictures of Mars, right? Let me pull one up here and I'll show it to you what I'm talking about. Let's see. NASA Mars surface picture. All right. So if you look at, say, this picture here, which is the first color image from Viking Lander 1. This is not what the actual picture looks like. They added a red filter to this to make it look like that. Mars doesn't actually look like that. It actually looks like that. So you might say, why did they add that red filter? Why did they add a red filter to this? Regardless, the point is, we do have good reason to not trust NASA. It's not the only way in which they fudge images and stuff. So there's plenty of reason to think that maybe they aren't very trustworthy. And see, this is why what happens in this is what happens when people are not transparent and there's a lot of secrecy and bullshit going around, is that people fill in once people determine that a given party, in this case the whole government and everything underneath them, is not trustworthy, then one of the mistakes that people make is they assume everything that party says is a lie. Of course, just because you've been proven to not be trustworthy does not mean you are lying in any given instance, right? Or wrong. So no, I get that Mars is red colored when you look at it from Earth. I'm not even, it doesn't even matter what it looks like from the surface of it. The fact is, NASA did apply a red filter before publishing those those pictures of Mars. Why? I don't know why. The ground, the ground is read to the human eye from in satellite. I mean, from telescopes, and even if you just see it as a star in the sky, it has a faintly reddish tint to it. Right. Well, I mean, it doesn't look like that in the new pictures they're publishing of it. And the reason is, I suspect, because back when they were publishing that Voyager 1 stuff, they were the only ones who had Photoshop. Now you do a color correct on that shit and it's obvious, right? So yeah, the other thing to remember is I think it's very likely that NASA, our nation's space agency, represents kind of a false front for some secret space agency that also does things in space. And that may end up, for example, co-opting much of NASA's budget such that NASA has to fake shit because they don't have the money to actually do shit, you know? That's conceivable. I'm not saying that's the truth. I'm saying these things are plausible. Varying degrees of things are plausible. More things are plausible now, I think, for most reasonable people than used to be plausible. And that's kind of the subject here, right? What's happened to truth? Is it simply that it's been replaced by feelings? Well, I think most of all what it's been replaced by is distrust in any official narratives, and accordingly, for people who feel not up to the task any longer of determining what's correct or not, defaulting towards everything's bullshit. Google Mars. Wow. They've got a Google Earth for Mars. But I guess not for the whole planet. View Mars with Google Earth. Well, I'm just viewing Earth with Google Earth right now. You so cray, Earth, with your continents and stuff. What are you even thinking, being like this? What's up here? What's that? Greenland? What's going on, Greenland? If that is your real name. This is kind of fun. I'm looking at Earth from Mars.
Oh my gosh.
I see. That's what's going on here. I'm looking at Earth from Mars.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's so trippy.
I can't find us anymore, though. I'm lost. What continent is that?
Oh, that's Australia. That's Africa.
Get out of here, Australia.
Oh,
Here I are. Home sweet home. There. Here we are. All right. Well, that was fun. That was fun. Type in M11 into. Okay, I will do that. I'm just gonna hide you. I'm gonna hide you in your hateful ways. You are asking a lot of me here. Okay. Google Earth. View. I don't see any Explore Mars. I want to do this, Carlos Paiva, but you're tasking me with such a complicated task. Coordinates. Yeah. There's no results for that on Google Mars. Okay. Let me try again. View. I don't see any of those options that you suggest there. Go to add. I don't know. I don't see any such things. I don't know what to say. I think you're imagining things. No results for that. Okay. No results for any of these things. Okay. Let me do this. Are you talking about this bullseye looking thing? What am I supposed to be seeing here? I'm looking at this picture, but I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at per se. Target 1A, target 1B, target 1C. Huh. That certainly does look like it's spewing out some kind of gas. But I think it's just an optical illusion, probably. I think I know what you're talking about, though, now. I was able to just Google that term rather than put it into, yeah. Did I find it the censored image? I didn't find any censored image, no. Did I go to college? Yes, I went to college. I just got a degree in English, my native language, which basically means I got a degree in nothing. Chronicle wrote about this today, and it's just way too wacky to believe. Well, when I look at it, it is the case that one of those images certainly looks like something spewing gas of some sort, but I'm pretty sure I can also see it very much looking like, if you went down there and looked at it, it would obviously be an optical illusion, you know? I'll show you the picture right here. So, yeah, that looks like it's spewing gas, kind of. But so does this, kind of, but it also seems pretty obvious that it's not, right? So, I'm not buying it. I'm not sure what all this stuff is, but I'm not buying it. Not buying Martian industrial plant. And for a claim like that to be established, we'd need to have pretty strong evidence, right? It's like, from everything that any of us could tell, even from looking through a good telescope on our own or something, we would we ought to be able to note that by all appearances, Mars does not have life on it. It doesn't have liquid bodies of water. It doesn't have big meadows and trees. It doesn't have, yeah. Ergo, if there were industrial complexes and stuff on Mars, number one, it would be easy to spot them because there couldn't possibly be any under any canopy or anything. And and most importantly, humans have been looking at these heavenly bodies for a very long time. And we've not seen any indication of an advanced civilization on Mars. Now, one thing that's rather interesting is that there are actually plenty of reports and very much good evidence that this thing exists. Lights on the moon. It's been happening forever, for centuries, etc. So here's from CNET. New telescope to investigate mysterious light flashes on the moon. Weird lunar lights have baffled astronomers and even astronauts for decades. For centuries, people have noticed odd flashes and other inexplicable lights on the surface of the moon. Possible explanations range from meteors to moonquakes to UFOs, but they've yet to be proven. A new telescope in Spain could provide more data and perhaps an answer to the mystery. The so-called lunar transient phenomena can refer to flashes of light on the moon that are either fleeting or longer lasting. Some areas of the lunar surface have also been seen to darken randomly. Since at least as far back as 1787, people have documented these enigmatic lights. Apollo astronauts On April 19th of 1787, astronomer William Herschel reported seeing three reddish glowing areas on the moon that he interpreted to be erupting lunar volcanoes. Apollo astronauts, including Apollo 11's Michael Collins, also reported seeing unusually bright areas while orbiting our natural satellite. There is an area that is considerably more illuminated than the surrounding area, Collins told NASA Mission Control the day before the moon landing in 1969. It just seems to have a slight amount of fluorescence to it. A crater can be seen, and the area around the crater is quite bright. Um, so nobody knows what these lights on the moon are. Oddly enough. So, some astronomers think the flashes of light are just impacts onto the moon by meteors or something. But that wouldn't really explain the different colors. So, and I'm not sure why that would cause a light anyway for a meteor to hit the moon. Why would that cause a light? There's not an atmosphere for it to explode in. So, I don't know. What do we have to think about all this stuff? I don't know. That's the point. We have more ambiguity than we've ever had before, and less certainty, and for good reason. Did I get to see the eclipse recently? I did not. What's this love chat? Live chat. Well, we're talking about a number of things, but most importantly, most significantly, what we're talking about today is the impact of the contemporary world on people's understanding of the universe. Like what things people believe are indisputably true, accepted by everybody who's smart, or everybody who's not totally delusional. Like, for example, the sun sets in the west. Nobody's going to dispute that, right? It's kind of, if you're going to make that negation, you're going to say, no, the sun does not set in the west. We can test it this evening by standing outside when the sun goes down, right? In contrast, there are other matters that are much more in dispute, that are much more subject to contention. And the thing is, my overarching point here is that because of the decay of trust in a variety of institutions, including the government, with plenty of good cause, I'm not saying without cause, that people are forced to deliberate through the specifics of a lot of things to determine whether or not they have legitimacy on their merits, whereas before they probably didn't need to do that. Consensus was good enough, right? And that's caused people a lot of distress because most people can't really calculate whether or not how much ambiguity one ought to have towards claim right? The moon landing is real. The moon landing was not real. How much legitimacy ought one afford to each of those contradicting claims? Ought one afford 100% legitimacy to yes, it was real, and 0% legitimacy to no, it was faked, or something else? So what you end up seeing is the behavior of a fundamentally distressed population. People who get upset when, I'm not excluding myself from this, when that which they understand to be indisputably true is disputed by somebody. They think, oh dear Lord, not another instance of ambiguity where I don't want one, right? Well, maybe they're smooth, maybe they're not. I don't know, Carlos Paeva. Are there feelings police? Sure. And to a certain extent, there should be. If somebody's being willfully cruel and mean, bullying with words, let's say, somebody uh, who doesn't deserve to be, shamed and belittled in that fashion, berated in that fashion, or some, like you get an instance. There's this guy named, I think, Chris Chan, perhaps, who's somebody who's not very bright and had a YouTube channel, I guess, and was kind of goaded into doing things by people to no one's good effect. So ought we say to people who are being needlessly cruel, mean spirited, or whatever, I critique you for this, do not do that? Sure, I think we should. In that regard, people should police each other's kindness or whatever. Yeah, I haven't watched any of the specifics about it, but there's enough about it that I've heard the name and I'm familiar with the gist of it. Do I think today's inflation is a new form of capitalism? No, of course not. Today, our current, the huge inflationary crunch that we've all been subjected to, and basically it's over, I think. I don't think things are still getting more expensive. But is the result of COVID. COVID plus quantitative easing, that's really easy to see what the problem is. If you don't allow people to do what they want, make a living, prosper, etc., then you can't continue feeding more currency into the economy without creating inflationary pressures. So, right. In that instance, you want there to be feeling police of some sort. We should ostracize people for cruelty or shame them for it anyway, I'm not saying there should be legal ramifications, but are you subjected to it? Am I subjected to what? Well, right. No, I'm not saying the police should do anything. Right. I'm not saying the police are the feelings police. I'm saying it is not a bad idea for us all to be okay with some policing, feelings policing of people who are too douchey or mean. So, segueing back to the general point of what do we know, what do we believe, what do we suspect, what do we doubt, what do we wholly negate, etc. I think there's a move towards relativism on multiple vectors. I think there's a move towards relativism in terms of that which is factual, or true or correct, that which validates. People are always, it's always possible to claim something like, well, we don't know all of the subjectivities involved in this thing, whatever it is. So who are we to judge? Except in some kinds of instances, certainly instances of criminality, for example, there's no reason to concern ourselves with knowing all the details, even if that might link into justice, because we've successfully parsed this out already. We make guilt and punishment separate things. They're not the same thing. So we should deal with it. Basically, there's a rejection of the order of questions. The move towards relativism on that one ground there, first ground of like, um, we can never be definitive about anything unless we know every single piece of information about it, which is ridiculous, of course. And then move towards relativism in terms of normative framework. Basically, deontology, the only legitimate, rational, normative framework that exists, has been completely tossed aside and declared deprecated, useless, and non-informing in the real world regarding moral questions, and then replaced entirely by utilitarianism. I heard in a movie the other day I was watching, one of the characters said to the other one, there's only one moral metric we can use: lives saved. You fucking tards. Who wrote this shit? Anyway, so on that ground, util, right? So there's a sense that on the first ground is just an embrace of subjectivism, essentially. That without knowing every subjective detail, you can't be conclusive about anything. The second, subjectivism on moral calculus. A failure to recognize, essentially, that you can't measure impacts without them aligning to someone's interests. Impacts are not good or bad until you have them evaluated through the lens of an interested party. Whereas rights violations are binary. It's easy to determine, and you don't have to consider any subjective factors. And then lastly, the relativism, it comes in terms of orthodoxies. So it is the case that orthodoxies are often ways of aiding and abetting the bullshit. If you get academic orthodoxies, you'll find whole departments of people committed to sustaining this bullshit. We've seen it throughout human history. Probably the most famous example that we learn in school is the one about Galileo having to agree with the church and the concentric circles and all that. But orthodoxies do have that role, right? However, by and large, most of the orthodoxies that comprise our worldview in the status quo are orthodoxies that we ought to affirm. Like, well, what do we think about relativity? There's no reason for anybody to be questioning Newtonian physics, relativity, etc. It's almost inconceivable to question some of these things because our existing understanding of them has been both validated from so many different angles and has made its way as a foundational element in so much work done since then that that any successful invalidation of it would have to provide a better alternative to all of this shit than it does, since it plays such an integral role in understanding so many different things, right? So it's like you don't want certain orthodoxies challenged or thought of as subject to the broad critique of, well, we don't really know anything or whatever, or scientists can't be trusted. They're just slaves to their slide rules or something, you know. You don't want certain orthodoxies accordingly treated the same as say, I'd say climate change. The specs of climate change are that the planet's warming and has been for the last, you know, human reasonable amount of time for humans, 100 years, 200 years, something like that, is not, I don't believe in any dispute at all. Nobody should dispute that. But it's also the case that the conversation about whether or not climate change is a problem and how, and if at all, we ought to deal with this problem, that is not orthodoxy at all. It needs to be subject to a lot of conversation. The correct answer is very clear and ought to be adopted as orthodoxy, but nobody listens to Eric.
Oh, I listen to you.
Thanks, darling.
I love you.
I love you too.
I'm gonna go chat with the.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know. This is the problem. This is the problem that I'm trying to address in today's video is the question of orthodoxies, beliefs, affirmations, etc. What ought people affirm and why and when, and how people might, how we collectively, through these powerful words right here, might somehow overcome this disabling of society by way of some kind of disease of ambiguity. It's like our ambiguity immunity system is busted. All right, let me go pee. You guys think about that. All right, as soon as I'm done peeing, I will go inside. I'll read everybody's meows. I'll respond to them. But while I'm peeing, I want you to enjoy the wonders of nature as presented by Talking with Famous People. Let's see. If I pee this direction, if I pee over here, you can see more like this way. That looks nice. Then I'll pee this direction, you won't see me. All right, so you enjoy the nature while I pee. Okay. I think maybe I need to water this one a little bit more. All right, so I guess the best way and where to go from this point is to articulate the specific ways in which people get things wrong a little bit. Because, you know, you could just talk about like fallacies or something. But there are things that people get wrong and ways they get it wrong that aren't really well articulated in the status quo. For example, like, because I can speculate a way in which this might have happened my frame. It must have happened in my frame. People do that with 9/11, for example. I can come up with a bunch of kind of imagineering projects to produce a way that Building 7 could have fallen down without any intentionality on the part of the people in control in the U.S. That could potentially have fallen down, maybe if it got hit by if it got and yeah, it would be the first all steel building ever to collapse completely, have complete structural collapse in the case of a fire. But maybe it was big fires, maybe it was of course. At that point, you're just saying, if I can create a story by which I can explain away this phenomenon without challenging my frame of reference, which says it couldn't possibly be somebody, some kind of inside thing, right? It couldn't possibly be that. I cannot entertain that notion. So I will entertain even the most wildly speculative possibility, as long as it's even technically possible, before I'll consider any other explanation. And so it's like with 9/11, we don't know. We don't know exactly what happened. It's possible the official narrative is correct. It's more likely that it's not, and that there was some shenanigans going on, right? And that's just how it is. So, unfortunately, what do we get? We get nobody who expresses what I just expressed. Nobody on the question says, the correct answer is, we don't know, and we'll never know for sure, but if we had to conclude one way or the other, we ought to conclude that we have to conclude inside involvement. Okay. Hi, Ruben. Good evening. So the thing is, there aren't going to be very many people who are satisfied with that position on it, even though that is the only correct position on it. And it's definitely not the case that it's my truth and your truth, and someone's right and the other people are wrong, right? Some people are right and some people are wrong here. They're these are mutual exclusive things. There is a correct answer to did 9/11 include inside involvement? And we don't know what the correct answer is. And unless we somehow gain access to a bunch of probably long destroyed secret government shit, we won't ever know. All right. So, what we look at, though, instead of that position being stated as I stated it, we see instead people who just reject any kind of conspiracy theory regarding the event, and we have people who think that anybody who could believe the official narrative is just cover your eyes and ears sheeple, Someone knows, right? I mean, if it really did go down like the official story exactly, then the truth is nobody knows anything, right? It's just America was that incompetent, and Building 7 just happened to fall down, and And the U.S. really did believe Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and we were just all just a bunch of incompetent fools. That's plausible. I'm not. I mean, convincing me the government's incompetent, not that hard. It is still a conspiracy by definition, but it's just a matter of whether conspirators uh, went beyond the scope of a population of Islamic extremists. So that's one example of how people can be wrong, like, and how this kind of that's one example of a what I would call uh, a, a I don't want to say pathological, but that's the best word. Like a pathological response to increased ambiguity related stress. Everybody's under increased stress because going through the world today, because we are what is being demanded of us at all times is an increased amount of deftness in dealing with issues of ambiguity. Where to be certain, how much to be certain, where to be doubtful or skeptical, etc. And so people generally end up erring most of the time in one way or another. And there are different. So if you err on the side of um, no no counter orthodoxy is correct. I'm always going with the orthodoxy. You might take the 9/11 approach where you go, I can conceive of a some kind of manner in which this building fell down without ever having a plane crash into it, and therefore that must be the case. Somebody came up with an explanation. Of course, anybody can come up with an explanation. I can come up with an explanation for anything. But so that's one way that people deal with for more parsing due to a legitimate cause for revisiting a lot of stuff that we thought was locked down. Oh, you faker! What a bullshit faker! Come on, Brazil. Or is that Colombia? No, that's Brazil. Okay. What a faker. Oh my God. So, for people who don't want to do the parsing and want to affirm the orthodoxies, they're going to reject these things as either unproven, in other words, lacking sufficient empirics on their whatever grounds they want, or as people want to put things in two boxes: flat Earth or mostly spherical Earth. In other words, things that are obvious and true scientifically, and things that are obviously bullshit scientifically. And a lot of people, I guess, by and large, don't have a third box for stuff in life. They probably have a box that is don't know and don't care, or, this is definitely so, or this is definitely bullshit. Unfortunately, the world requires mostly somewhat nuanced shreds of ambiguity in terms of being correct and articulating what we ought to believe or think about stuff. Because for a lot of these questions that we're having positions on, we have limited data and limited access to data, potentially. Um, Another way that people try to deal with the requirement for more ambiguity responsiveness on their part is to to all of a sudden throw doubt on everything and anything they can throw doubt on, because they're evaluating the thing as we can't trust these people, groups, organizations, whatever anymore. Therefore, everything they say should be cast into doubt. That may work fine if you're dealing with testimony from a witness in a trial, because you're trying to determine guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. But these kinds of issues that we try to determine what's the truth about them, they ought to be treated much more like a civil case where preponderance of the evidence and a majority on the jury, well, forget that part, where preponderance of the evidence is determined to determine what ought we affirm or negate, instead of beyond a reasonable doubt. For a lot of these things, we have to acknowledge that we're on a preponderance of the evidence kind of scale. So it's like, there's another way that people don't want to be correct about things, but it might be specific to evolution, and it's I guess they don't want to judge evolution in terms of what it's trying to do and what it's supposed to be, a theory that explains things, right? Instead, they want to evaluate it in terms of, well, if we don't have any better alternative, let's go with this intuitively obvious explanation. The thing is, it's not intuitively obvious at all. If you remember the fact that that it purportedly occurs via random mutations, you know. Moria Kappa says, "Who TF is this old harmless?" I might be harmless. I'm not exactly sure what a hom is, but to the best of my knowledge, I do not have any homs, and accordingly would be harmless. And it is not the fact that I slid into your YouTube, Moria Kappa. It is the fact that you slid into mine. So, you know, get off my jock, girl. You think you're all that, but I'd rather have a tall glass of soy sauce. What? That's right. Here's some aloe for your burn. What? I fooled you and gave you maple syrup. What? How you like that? Moria? The more you know you, the more you want to drink soy sauce. Right. So anyway, where was I? Well, what important topic? So, right, with evolution, they want to go, look, Eric, we got fossil record, we've got different breeds of animals, proving that you can take a certain species and differentiate things. We've got all of science agreeing. The only people who disagree with this are creationists. Ergo evolution is correct. Bro, calm down. I'm Indian. You can't say my name. I can say Dances with Cows. Is that your Indian name? Dances with Cows. Might as well dance with them as long as you're treating them like some kind of god. Oh! Nobody gets in the way of the cows. Kangan Krishna Salma Babu, you offended our cow friend. What is wrong with you? Anyway, you're welcome here. We got plenty of Indian people here. I got no problem with Indians, obviously. Boba Fett's Indian, for example. I'm sometimes Indian. My race changes. I'm fluidly transracial. So that's true. You're right. I can't usually say Indian names that well. Okay, it takes me a little while to work them out. Could I just call you tandoori chicken instead? How about that? Bro, I want to be nice to you and you're hurting my religion. No, man, that's not nice. I'm not hurting your religion. Your religion's not that fragile. I don't know what it is, but I'm confident that I can't hurt it by teasing you on YouTube. I am teasing you a little bit, but it's only because you seem so fun. You seem like a fun-loving, kind of, a roughhousing stepsister. The feeling police are on their way. So anyway, getting back to the important topic at hand of the struggles that people have with knowing where and when to be skeptical and where and when to accept, affirm, embrace the orthodoxy, right? Evolution is one of those things that just kind of breaks the whole subject, right? Because there's so many. Evolution's hard to negate, impossible to affirm, but easy to believe you've affirmed it. Because genetics are real, and breeding for certain traits is a real thing. So it makes a lot of intuitive sense for people that would be responsible for speciation. Oh, I'm not alarmed. Don't worry. Oh, you're male. I'm sorry. I did not mean to misgender you. In America, if someone's named Moria, it's a girl's name. In India, it's not. So, okay, my bad. My bad, Moria. Calm down, bro. Calm down. Just relax. Right? At the moment, unfortunately, and I get it, this is the subject of the video as well, so I'm not condemning you for this. At the moment, you've let your feelings take over. And that's okay. Just take a deep breath, relax, and we'll all be okay. Eric, did I get my chores complete? I did get a couple of chores complete, but not every conceivable chore that one might do. That would take infinity amount of time. Nobody wants to spend infinity doing chores. Emotion reading cameras don't know if you're acting. They don't? So you're saying AI still can't tell if I'm lying as well as a human being can? That's interesting. Ask the kids in China. Here's the thing I would say about the idea of a computer, an AI beating people at poker, for example. It is the case that AI can beat even the best poker player at online poker, but they're not really playing poker, right? Because an AI or some poker playing program cannot play poker, because to play poker you have to be human, as revealing emotions is part of the game. Reading and revealing emotions is part of the game. So accordingly, it's not possible for a computer to beat people at poker because it can't fairly play because it's not revealing any emotion. it might be able to fairly play without reading any emotion because you're not required to read emotion to play, but you are required to be human. In other words, to provide information to people via your body language, externalities, etc., physicalities. So accordingly, it's not the case that that a computer's beating people at poker. Really, I don't know how to speak Portuguese. Um, that topic makes good Disney movies and Lego movies. What topic does? Bro, let's be nice and you ask me some questions about India. Let me answer that. Then Mori Akaba says something I'm not going to read out loud. I mean, do you think I'm Drake or something? No, I don't do that. Okay. No, I did not read the ruling. And I don't really want to because, as I've stressed many times to many people, I will be willing and interested in talking about politics, court rulings, case law, etc., when there's some possibility of when I'm in the middle of trying to do something about it, at least, running for office. Until then, I'm going to just try to stay away from it. How depressed should I be about it? Nah, bro, I'm replying to someone else in the comments. Oh, well. Now, let's continue on with my lecture regarding worldviews, truth, affirmation, negation, relativism, ambiguity, tolerance, etc., in the status quo. Government immunity on illegal laser experiments. I mean, generally, the government, you can't sue the government per se, but the federal government anyway. You can, if I don't even want to get into it. It's so fucking depressing. I don't know who will be the Democratic nominee. I'm not trying to worry about politics right now. I'm worrying about a bigger picture question of, of whether cognitively humanity is capable of handling the information reality that it faces. Obviously, I'm not, Mark. Hart was still touring. God, how SI do you have to be to go see Hart in concert? You shut the fuck up. You're boring. Anybody ain't listening to you. Bye. Okay, yeah. Well, thank you for your amazing contributions today. You really made me go, oh, another idiot. All hail Bob, says Brism McPop. Who is Bob? You have to really like Barracuda. Do they have any other songs? You get a wonder point for that, Buddy Cat. You get a wonder point for that, okay? That is hilarious. So, wow. Did they score that? No, it's called back. Offsides, I guess. Brazil's up 1-0 over Colombia. I thought Colombia might have a chance to beat Brazil. Colombia seems like one of the best teams in this um, Copa America tournament. Obviously, the European tournament is better than Copa America, but the pace of change, or at least the pace of understanding, is exacerbating the pace of change, which is to say, things are changing very quickly, but also we're understanding, like, we need more ambiguity here, here, all at once, while things are actually changing faster than ever before. It puts people in an epistemological fog of war, and people tend to default towards embracing all orthodoxies or embracing all negations. Well, Putty Cat, it sometimes takes me a couple of weeks to recover from going to the store and back. So I respect Biden's commitment to laziness. He's committed to rest and recovery. Okay. He should have said I was up all night on speed, and I was just feeling completely tore up. You know. I knew I should have gotten some sleep, but I just kept taking more Adderall, and then eventually I became basically incoherent. Then the debate happened. Well, I'm sorry, that's what happened. People would believe me if I said that. It would be true. Because they got they don't need more than two debates, right? Everybody who saw that debate, except people who are desperately against Trump, which everybody should kind of be that, but you know, anybody who had even the hint of indecision on the matter shifted to Trump. I didn't have to watch it to know this. I read an article by Reuters where they had a panel of undecideds, and they interviewed them afterwards, and only one of them, and there was, more than a dozen of them, it seemed like. I don't remember the exact number, but only one of them said they were, I think they said they were still undecided. Everybody else went to, were swayed over to Trump. And the lady who stayed undecided, or maybe was okay with Biden, I think she was just undecided still, said, well, I don't understand how anyone can get up there and be coherent. It's hard to speak in front of people. I was just like, okay, lady. Yeah, I'm against Trump, but I can't vote for Biden. I can't vote for Biden for sure. I don't really think I can vote for Trump either. But I could presumably vote against, in favor of I could cast a vote against senility, I guess. I could cast a vote against Kamala Harris. But I don't like to vote like that. I don't like to vote that way. Yeah, I just ignored you. I saw it. You came to my feed again. Sup? I'll be nice for now. For real now. I don't care. Be however you want to be. It's like you could be as dickish or trollish or whatever you want. I'm a very experienced professional YouTuber, all right? I'm not going to have any problem dealing with you. Yes, I'm in a red county. True. Navy SEAL 2K says, if you don't vote for Biden, you vote for Trump. I mean, I don't like Trump. I don't plan to vote at all, but I definitely would take him over Biden. I'd rather have a dummy with a clear vision and his own kind of honesty than Biden, somebody with no vision, who's incredibly weak, and isn't mentally competent enough to really be called honest or dishonest. I get it. He's not that fully gone in dementia. I got to witness the decay of my mother over the course of her dementia, and at the end, it's like they can't even talk, right? So he's not that deep into it. But is he in a state of mental decline? Absolutely. Is he too old to be president? Absolutely. Even if he didn't have this mental problem, would he be competent enough to be president? Absolutely not. The total lack of vision and his abject weakness are reason enough to not vote for Biden. Damn, what you hitting? No disrespect, you're hella smart, but addicted to something. I am smoking marijuana right now, Jennifer Lane. If you want the truth of the matter. Some marijuana here. I put it in this my water pipe is named Fire Crotch because you see the fire goes right into her crotch. I have no idea, Nangalatos. I don't know anything about the politics of that demographic. You look like old Frank Woods from COD Black Ops. Good to know. I mean, I don't think Trump's interested in robbing the U.S. blind, Navy SEAL 2K. I don't trust Trump to have any respect for the checks and balances, the habits and institutions of democracy. I don't expect him to have any respect for his responsibility to explain himself or anything like that. But I don't think he's interested in implementing some kind of kleptocracy. And even if somehow his time in office financially benefits him, I still trust his stubbornness as a form of honesty, over Biden's just you could just like put any random picture of any AI generated random person and then have a random personality created and just have them do and say random things and it would be indistinguishable from Biden. Am I optimistic about America's current politics? No, of course not. Okay, well, the thing is, I agree, Navy SEAL 2K. That sounds like the sort of thing Trump would do, okay? Will Trump be that kind of corrupt? Yes, I believe he will. That kind of corrupt is small potatoes at the moment. Unfortunately, it shouldn't be, but it is. So, yeah, are we dealing with horrible, horrible choices? Biden's CHIP Act alone? What's the CHIP Act? I don't even know what that refers to. I have to look it up. Well, presumably there is in either a third party candidate or RFK maybe. I'm not sure if he's running it under a third party or not, but the thing is, it's hard to say what Biden's message is, what his agenda is, what his presidency is all about, right? Trump is not great, but at least he knows enough to have a tagline: "Make America Great Again." Right. So, what people need in the president is a leader with some kind of vision and message, not just whatever the day brings. Right. Whatever the day brings is not adequate for the president. We need somebody who's willing to interface in a real time capacity because that's how reality is, but also able to articulate a clear vision that's consistent with American values, etc. They're coming over here and getting benefits for they are not helping the homeless in the U.S. Who's that? Who's they? Mexicans with no papers. Okay, well, some people want to prioritize. If we want to prioritize immigration as an area to address, then we could do that. It wouldn't be a priority for me as a candidate. I believe that we should have our borders secured and know exactly how many people are coming in and going out of the country, and that we shouldn't have illegal immigration. How much immigration should we have? I think that's open for debate, and different people have different answers. I think it's an issue of rather small significance in the status quo, as the number of immigrants crossing the border is still rather lower than it used to be at its peak. Knife. Well, Haktua, I do appreciate your name, but I don't know what Knifeska means. I'm not an expert in vertical words. The reason that would push anybody to vote for Trump is because it's it's a clear attempt by the Democrats to subvert the electoral process and invalidate him by presumably being in jail, and thereby prevent him from getting elected against a candidate he would otherwise beat. That's how it at least reads, right? So obviously no citizen is going to want to feel as though one party is removing their voice from the election process, or trying to. And accordingly, by trying to prosecute Trump for a felony and thereby presumably see him put into jail or prison, and accordingly be unable to run a campaign for presidency, it plays like a very politically motivated, ultimately failed attempt to steal the election by way of the courts. I'm not saying, says Tyree Green, that immigrants should not come over here, but they need to focus on helping the U.S. people more than come over and get benefits. I don't believe in most places that illegal immigrants are eligible for benefits, except for public school for their children. That's how it is in California, anyway. In California, illegal immigrants aren't eligible for any state or federal benefits, or state benefits anyway, except for public school for their kids. So I agree absolutely that we shouldn't be allowing people to immigrate into the country just to suck off the government's teeth. We got plenty of native-born Americans doing that. Can you read my comment about the CHIP Act from before? I did actually read it to myself. I just didn't read it out loud. I'll read it out loud. The CHIP Act brings microchip production back to the U.S. So if China attacks Taiwan, we have still the capability to produce computer chips. Trump doesn't think about things like that. Well, I mean, we don't need a law to produce microchips in the United States. If in fact, I'll have to look at the specifics of the act, but um, I guess I'll look it up. So it's a subsidy. It subsidizes. You're saying that subsidizing semiconductor manufacture such that Biden had nothing to do with this. Biden had absolutely nothing to do with this. This was initially presented that, you know, um, was initially presented in 2019. And obviously, it's the work of legislators, particularly a bipartisan effort between the Republican from Indiana and the Democrat from New York. And it was presented to senators then. And then it was on 2020 that the senators got together with two congressmen, Democrat California, Republican Wisconsin, and that's when they introduced the bipartisan, bicameral Endless Frontier Act to solidify the United States leadership in scientific and technological innovation through increased investments in the discovery, creation, and commercialization of technology fields of the future. In other words, it's a bipartisan, bicameral legislation that has absolutely nothing to do with Joe Biden. Biden didn't start that. It had nothing to do with Biden, right? All this happened before Biden came into office, even. Well, because it wasn't introduced until May 27th, 2020. When did it actually pass? I'm not sure. Let's see. So I don't know what time, I don't know exactly when it passed, right? I don't know how long it took to get through Congress and Senate. It's conceivable it landed on Trump's desk, but are you saying that he vetoed it or that he pocket vetoed it or what? I mean, give me the specs. I mean, we don't want more legislation. That's the thing to remember, Navy SEAL 2K. More legislation isn't good. The things that Trump did a better job with in general, well, for one thing, he was at least correct about COVID in that we should not have this lockdown policy in response to it. he didn't have good justifications for why, but at least he wasn't on the wrong side fundamentally of the issue, so he's preferable in that regard. I mean, one thing that he definitely did that I strongly disapprove of is he assassinated that Iranian general on Iraqi soil, which I think was horrible of Trump, right? But remember, I'm evaluating things objectively. I'm not all, I don't come into this predetermined in favor of the Democrats or whatever. So, um, so here are some things that Trump did that were entirely good decision and that definitely would not have happened under Biden. They're much more substantial and significant. Trump got us out of the Paris Climate Agreement, which we should never have been in the first place, is totally fucking insane for a myriad of reasons. Okay. In keeping with your America First angle here, Navy SEAL 2K, Trump withdrew from the Trans Pacific Partnership, reversing decades old policies, hoping to bring jobs back to the U.S. Okay. Here, I'm not sure if that one's a good one or not. Okay, the withdrawal from the Trans Pacific Partnership. This is good. Withdrawal from UNESCO. We don't need to be part of these international organizations. Obviously, national sovereignty is paramount here because nobody can make a better decision for what America should do than America can. Let's take a realist perspective on internationalism in general and acknowledge that unlike domestic policy, which requires the government to be both utilitarian in its frame and behave as a moral agent, in other words, prioritize legitimacy, not violate the rights of its citizens, internationally, the United States needs to take a more pragmatic perspective on things. And that means essentially that no nation state behaves internationally as a moral agent. And while it's generally unwise to have certain kinds of force-based relationships with other countries, nevertheless, it's the case that the United States has to make international decisions based on its own interests and can't be held subject to some other country's laws because obviously those other countries have to worry about their own sovereignty. And this notion that the UN ought to be a court or the Hague or something to be a court that holds other nations accountable, it's silly, you know. I mean, obviously, if there's some nation state or some force within a nation state that is committing atrocities and so forth, and the international community, quote unquote, wants to do something about it, then whichever members of the international community who are saying, let's do something about this, you do something about that. It's that simple. You don't need an international organization. We certainly don't need to be trying to cede our sovereignty to them. Okay. Leaving the Iran nuclear deal. Excellent decision. Why are we making these deals in the first place? Withdrawal from the UN Human Rights Council. I mean, I don't have any problem with us getting out of these international organizations, not because I think the U.S. ought to commit more human rights and get away with it, but because I don't have the faith that I have the same amount of faith that everybody should have in the United Nations, which is none whatsoever. Certainly not in their superior wisdom about shit. It's insane. Why we would want to cede national sovereignty to some other organization, I have no idea. Well, it's not a deal we ever should have made, right? It's not a deal we ever should have made with Iran. We should never have said, like, you can't have nuclear weapons, but if you don't, then we're going to give you nuclear power or something. Am I a deadhead? Hell no. The fuck? Sure, we need soft power overseas. We need diplomatic. We need our diplomats to be active and engaged in a variety of different ways of engaging with other countries. But it's also the case that we probably shouldn't be such hypocrites in the first place, right? Like, where do we get off telling Iran you can't have nuclear weapons because we can have nuclear weapons? I mean, seriously? If Israel wants to prevent Iran from having nuclear weapons with their Stuxnet and shit like that, more power to them. Why are we making deals with Iran? I don't need to promise you anything. Israel will already prevent you from getting nuclear weapons. Well, Navy SEAL 2K, don't get me wrong. I think Trump was terrible. At the end of Trump's administration, I was 1,000,000% on board. Biden, anybody but Trump. That fucking horrible, inarticulate scumbag who fails to justify anything, who even only pretends to represent half the population at best, who seems to have a very iffy grasp of what comprises facts and what comprises slanted perspectives or something like that, you know? I hated the man for sure. I still do. But if you think Biden was better, you are not evaluating things honestly. At least Trump wasn't weak. At least Trump wasn't weak. If you're saying that under a Biden administration, in other words, a Kamala Harris administration, that business as usual is more readily facilitated, our embassies are better off, our international relations they go more smoothly, we have less conflict with other countries, blah, 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 blah. Okay, maybe that's true. It's also the case that that nobody's scared the U.S. is going to do anything, right? Like Putin, do whatever he wants. The U.S. doesn't even have anything to say about it. But what's our position on it? That we're going to give Ukraine weapons because we support Ukraine, but we're not going to actually fight for them, and we're kind of go back and forth, and we're not really, you know, it's like anybody and everybody in the world would be happy to do anything and everything they want and feel very confident, no matter who they do it to, the U.S. isn't going to do shit with Biden as president. Oh, Harris isn't even being considered for VP again? Well, so do I think hard times are upon us all? Yeah, I think hard times are upon us all. Okay, well, Putty Cat, I'm not interested in playing that game, okay? Like, the point is, it shouldn't be this divisive, right? Because we all seem to at least sort of agree that both are terrible candidates. I mean, the thing is, Navy SEAL 2K, you're you're just clearly on the side of Biden, right? So, in your mind, Biden's better in every way. And that links into the topic of the live stream, which is the biggest challenge that we as a society, as civilization face, as Americans face, is the individual people who make up our population are having demanded of them a greater deftness in dealing with more ambiguity than they've ever been it's ever been expected of them before, and then that they're capable of. And so you have people who are very certain where there should be ambiguity, try to find ambiguity where there is none, can't tell the difference between orthodoxies that ought to be subjected to skepticism and those that ought to be affirmed as foundational or legitimate. Well, Navy SEAL 2K, anybody would and should be terribly alarmed by the fact that Trump cannot even keep a cabinet together, had insane amount of turnover in his administration because he's such a dumbass. He can't listen to anybody. He he doesn't he doesn't understand working at all with people as a political process. He understands the executive position as being purely executive. Like, I'm the boss, I tell people what to do, they do it. And I ask for input, and then they provide it, and I say, that's enough. And then get out of here now. And blah, blah, blah. You know, obviously, no, not an acceptable president. But even Biden's staunchest advocates, like Navy SEAL 2K, say, in my mind, Biden doesn't matter. The system behind him matters. My name's Eric. Hi, Piyush Ranjan. Sorry I was slow to respond. My name's Eric. Host Eric, you might call me. Host Eric of Talking with Famous People. My YouTube channel is called Talking with Famous People. Trump's biggest problem the first go around was having swamp creatures in his cabinet and worse, listening to him. The head honcho narrative is BS. I mean, there's nothing BS about the fact that he had an unprecedented amount of turnover in his cabinet. People leaving left and right. People coming in for a short amount of time and then leaving, only to be replaced again. That's not something you can deny. Remember, he's picking these people himself. So it's not like they're being forced on him by some third party. So no matter how staunch an advocate you are of Trump, you have to acknowledge that his human resources habits should give us all pause, right? Just wanted to ask you, when someone says, I don't want to beef with you, what does it mean? It means they don't want to fight with you. They don't want to argue with you. Or they don't want their disagreement with you to turn into a conflict between the two of you. So the thing is, I don't really hear this time around people advocating so passionately in favor of Trump, in the sense that there seems to be a larger percentage of people who are arguing better of two bad alternatives, right? Now, I mean, Navy SEAL has a point here. It is the case that Trump's not displayed either a willingness or any particular skill in engaging the personnel of government, right? Like, he has at his disposal, in theory, various teams of people operating in various capacities under the executive branch, be it internationally in terms of ambassadors and stuff, in the cabinet, like, defense minister or something, secretary of state or secretary of the interior. The thing is, the president in general needs to successfully delegate a clear vision to people at the top of various endeavor groups that do shit, right? Trump could not successfully seem to get this idea of executing a vision via this delegatory process. Biden doesn't have a vision. He might respect the existing architecture of government a lot more than Trump does, but I guess that's in part because it takes stubbornness and will to disrespect it. And that's what people like about Trump, is that he is not showing any respect to the architecture of the government, which people see as fundamentally rotten to the core. A bunch of people earning money from doing something with the government of either questionable or little benefit or definite, large, and articulable harm. And it's not that they're especially wrong about that. It's just that doesn't mean you should aim indiscriminately, right? Like, the government's not all bad, and there certainly are habits and institutions of our citizen democracy that have survived for these hundreds of years, underpinning mostly steady progress in terms of both rights, if you're factoring like respected for everybody, not just for some people. We've shown progress there. And in terms of prosperity, so they shouldn't be ignored or underestimated lightly. Certainly they shouldn't be destroyed haphazardly. But I think I'm not especially worried about our oh so fragile bureaucracy. Because that's really what we're talking about, is bureaucracy, right? At least domestically, that's what we're talking about. Well, the thing about immigration is, it seems to me, an issue that shouldn't successfully be divisive. We should all agree that the border should be secure and people shouldn't enter the country illegally. And beyond that, we can determine exactly how much legal immigration we ought to have. Really had a message from YouTube land about UN on climate change. I mean, I don't feel as though I said anything that would qualify as disinformation. I just said I used to get it for COVID too. I said it's indisputable that the climate's changing, that it's warming. The question is how ought we respond to that? You know, ought we adapt or ought we mitigate? Okay, well, maybe CL2K. You've turned Trump into some kind of devil rather than the other guy's idiot, which is what he is, you know? I don't think anybody's coming for me. I don't think I have to worry about getting demonetized or anything like that because I'm not spreading disinformation. I am expressing absolutely legitimate points, right? Like my point about global warming is that there's no good reason to think that limiting carbon emissions is a good strategy in response to this. Not because it won't slow the growth of carbon in the atmosphere, but because mitigating an existing problem to make it get worse more slowly is a dumb approach to anything, really. No, disinformation is a real distinction to be made. It's determined based on what you say and how you say it. I know this because I made it all through COVID being correct without ever getting censored or put on probation by YouTube or anything like that. Well, everybody else who opposed the standard COVID narrative got put on timeout or whatever. I know it's not the case that YouTube subjectively or arbitrarily determines what's disinformation because every time I've appealed anything of any sort, and which I've only appealed things when YouTube's been wrong in its designation. For example, YouTube says this is uh, this is not appropriate for advertisers, but I know that it doesn't have anything inappropriate, and I appeal it. They always agree with me. So no, I'm not spreading any disinformation. Heaven fucking forbid. I'm in favor of high quality thinking, actual good analysis, but I'm in favor of being honest and subjecting scrutiny to all manner of things, including various orthodoxies. However, what you're not going to hear me do is make claims that I can't substantiate, right? When I say things like, why should we be mitigating why should we be mitigating global warming with limits to carbon emissions when we can when we're not even exactly sure what the curve is, right? We don't know, for example, whether it goes like this, in which case this much carbon causes this much warming, but this much carbon causes this much warming, in which case, runaway greenhouse effect. Or if instead we've got a straight line like this. Have you ever read anything determinate on that question? I've never read anything. It could go like this. So the thing is, regardless of that curve, it's also the case that there are solutions conceivable that don't involve preventing people from producing so much carbon, but instead involve sequestering more carbon from the atmosphere. if in fact it's determined that that's what we ought to do. So I can talk about all this stuff, and I'm not going to get censored, and I'm not going to get a strike for disinformation, because nothing I'm saying is disinformation. It is all correct. People, I could imagine YouTube trying to get me on disinformation regarding evolution. But here's the problem with that. Even regarding evolution, where people take it as an orthodoxy that ought not be challenged at all, my central point about it is that it needs to do the job that a theory does, right? It needs to make predictions that we can test, that validate or falsify it. And if it falsifies, we need to scrap it, right? So it's like, it's hard to say that's disinformation. I might say evolution's BS, bullshit, or whatever, but when asked to clarify about what I mean, I stress that the reason we ought not affirm it is because it fails to do what it claims to do, namely explain things adequately. These are the criteria it would need to meet to qualify as explaining things adequately as a science theory, right? If you want to convince me that we have an existing explanation for speciation that is satisfactory, then tell me how many generations it takes to get from sparrow to hawk. How long would it take us, with purposefully selecting rather than just letting random mutations in the environment shape it, how long would it take us to create from a population of sparrows a population of hawks? If we can't get any kind of answers like that, if we can't get something that says, okay, if in fact you claim that Mya evolved from Mya in this amount of time, then we can document this amount of genetic change on average per smaller chunk of time. And since we have fruit flies that we can breed that have short generations, we should be able to see an equivalent amount of genetic change in the equivalent amount of time, more really, since we're doing it purposefully, right? Things like that. Actual tests that actually prove something, that actually explain something. So when I challenge evolution to do its job, everything I'm saying makes perfectly good sense. And it should cause everybody to begin to question their blind faith in the idea that we have an explanation for where species came from. However, it is conceivable that YouTube would call what I'm doing disinformation, misinformation, or whatever. However, I think YouTube's a little more sophisticated than that. I think that they distinguish between stuff that expresses what it expresses with an appropriate respect for declarativeness and certainty. I'm declarative about what evolution fails to do. I'm declarative about what it ought to do. I'm not declarative that this proves aliens. In fact, I don't have declarative answers for things that we don't know the answer for, obviously. I mean, Venus did not get where it got to now through a runaway greenhouse effect. All right? I'm going to give you a little hint on why Venus is so hot. Because it's way closer to the sun than we are. mean, if Venus got hot because of a runaway greenhouse effect, how did Mercury get hot? Did it have an even more runaway greenhouse effect? Yes, Venus has an atmosphere. But there's no reason to believe that Venus was ever cool enough to support large amounts of life. Well, I mean, it did retain its atmosphere, right? So any planet with an atmosphere that has a higher percentage of gases in it that retain heat is going to be hotter than the equivalent body with no atmosphere. And it is the fact that some gases better retain heat than other gases. That doesn't mean that it came to be hotter because some other gases were converted into that gas, right? So it is the case that given the composition of Venus's atmosphere, the surface of Venus is hotter than it would be were Venus to have no atmosphere. And it is the case that the additional heat that we see links to the nature to what gas it is that is involved in Venus's atmosphere. Some gases retain heat more, right? We cannot conclude that therefore Venus became hot for that reason. That's just bad reasoning. And that's an important thing to remember is, so did Mercury become colder because it has blue house gases around it, or because it doesn't have an atmosphere? Because it's true that an insulated planet further from the sun is going to retain more heat than an uninsulated planet closer to the sun, as long as not that much closer, you know. No, I mean, I'm actually fairly knowledgeable about astronomical stuff. I do have an interest in human studies of the other planets, Venus, Mars, etc. I've looked into each of the Russian missions to Mars, in which they were able to, in succession, drop ever further into the atmosphere until finally they were able to actually hit the surface of it and get some data back. But of course, it's very hard to do when you got such a hot surface, right? It's really hard for them to have any kind of probe send back data for very long without it melting, I guess. So I actually am rather familiar with the subject. No, I don't drink alcohol, nor do I smoke cigarettes. So one of the interesting things about Venus is there's actually a band of its atmosphere that could, in the status quo, that falls in the Goldilocks range, and could actually support life, as long as that life never had to leave that band of the atmosphere. There's some evidence, in fact, that there is life in that band, but it's inconclusive at the moment. So the key thing to take into account here is this. Venus demonstrates the greenhouse effect. Okay, this is where we're getting confusion. Venus demonstrates the greenhouse effect of these gases. What's being claimed on Earth is a purported runaway greenhouse effect where an increase of gases that make the planet warmer produce conditions that create more of those gases, making it even more warmer, etc. Right? And of course, Venus is not an example of that. We have no reason to believe it's an example of that. It might be in theory, I guess. We don't know that. We don't have cause to think that the way Venus became the way it was has anything to do with Earth. We do understand the greenhouse effect of these gases because of Venus, right? That's where it's easy to make unjustified leaps with something like that, because climate scientists on both sides of the question are agenda driven. They're not truth driven. I did not watch your video. I'm sorry, Isaiah Root. I forgot all about it. Anyway, so the point is, of course, what I'm advocating for in all circumstances, in terms of climate stuff, in terms of politics, in terms of whatever, is a disinterested pragmatism, which is to say, when it comes to the climate, we know the following things. We know that if we, the US, were to unilaterally limit our manufacturing capacity, for example, in order to reduce emissions, that those same products would be produced in more dirty fashion by BRIC nations, thereby, on balance, increasing air pollution. So we know that unilaterally doing that is not a good idea. We should get that when we have too much poop and pee, the solution is not to get people to poop and pee less. We should understand that when we have too much air pollution in Los Angeles, the solution is not to get people to drive less. The solution is smarter than that, right? And so too with global warming. If in fact we want to manage the climate changingness over time, and say implement either global cooling or implement a stabilization of the temperature, what we'd want to do is sequester those greenhouse gases from the atmosphere, and that's the only sensible thing to do, since basically all human endeavor produces carbon, and all productivity produces even more carbon. So it's like, I'm not presenting disinformation. No, absolutely not. That was a great idea, because what did we do? And this is the same example with lead gasoline, right? You have to get the analogs right. The analog for lead gasoline is not we banned lead gasoline. It was we didn't ban driving, okay? We didn't ban driving. When air pollution got bad, it wasn't that we didn't try to reduce emissions. It was that we didn't try to reduce people driving. Now, when it comes to carbon dioxide, remember, carbon dioxide in and of itself is not a pollutant. It's not a pollutant. It's not lead. It's not something that destroys the ozone layer, okay? I think it's a great thing that we banned DDT. I'm by and large in favor of a lot of environmental stuff, right? So that's why we need to be correct, objective, disinterested in our understanding of climate change and how it differs from some of these other things and how it's the same, right? It differs in that it's much more like poop and pee. Poop and pee are bad, but they're not like lead, okay? Lead is a poison that we get into our environment that's bad for everything. Our poop and pee is biologically hazardous, a waste product we have to deal with, but does not comprise poison, okay? Now, let's look at something like DDT or fluorochlorocarbons. In the former case, you've got a single chemical that we're trying to use to kill bugs that's destroying bird population. Great idea, let's ban it. Fluorocarbons, great idea, let's ban it. Carbon dioxide, on the other hand, is what you and I are breathing out right now. Okay? So, trying to limit carbon dioxide being put out is directly a limit on productivity. The harder I work, even in the yard, the harder I breathe, the more carbon dioxide I put out. So, this is part and parcel with human endeavor. So, accordingly, we don't want to sacrifice the engine of our adaptability or the engine of our innovation, the engine of our prosperity, namely our capacity to be productive, in hopes that slowing down this problem we've been generating for a long time on our end while ignoring the fact that other people are just going to be increasing it because less developed countries still have more developing to do, right? Um, is that well advised? No, because what we want to do is just acknowledge, okay, this carbon thing is a big problem. Um, we it's unlike say plastics, which we could try to keep out of the ocean, unlike lead, which we could try to eliminate from the environment because those things are poisonous, inherently bad. Carbon dioxide is not such a thing. And in fact, we understand that it's implicit to all human endeavor. So we're going to have to address that in a different fashion, right? We need to address that by adapting and responding rather than attempting to slow or mitigate the harms. The more people there are on the planet, the more carbon dioxide each country produces just by breathing. So a solution to an excessive carbon dioxide problem does not involve limiting carbon dioxide, but requires us to be a little bit more robust in our problem solving, right? We can acknowledge that even if everyone freaked out and got all primitive in their ways and limited their industry and productivity as much as possible, even if everybody did that, tried to minimize their carbon footprint, that we'd still be making the planet warmer at an alarming rate and doing nothing but the existing warming that we've already created, right? So, what's the alternative to directing our prosperity, wealth, energy, attention to trying to slow down the progress of something that's still going to be increasing and for which much of the damage is already done and or is the show of the damage is still lagging years behind? So, in other words, making a worsening problem worsen a little slower, or direct our attention towards actually solving the problem, actually controlling the matter, figuring out how to best sequester carbon, or potentially figure out how to breed a bunch of plants and animals that are adapted to more volatile weather conditions, or any number of solutions, right? There could even be a black swan, something none of us can anticipate at all, some new technology that comes in that solves the problem. The point is, we are going to disempower real solutions if we undermine our prosperity by limiting what's a fundamental output of productivity, namely carbon. And so we shouldn't do it. That's just being smart about policy, right? Don't solve problems stupid ways and temper it with temporary, half-assed, ineffective solutions. Temporary, half-assed, ineffective non-solutions. Let's not direct our resources and attention towards that. That's what sane and sensible people say. So, it's like, I don't want to get all mad again. But the reason I get mad is because people have various orthodoxies. Like Navy SEAL here has a very Democrat orthodoxy and thinks these things are easily understood, cut and dry, thinks he already understands them, but doesn't. But nevertheless is committed to anything to stop climate change. Well, let's be better than that. let's see what's going on here in the chatteroo. I mean, we don't really have renewable energy. The carbon footprint for, say, for a shift to like a more solar or wind based energy production regimen has a huge carbon footprint, and then shit breaks, and all of a sudden, you know, a lot of stuff that purports to be green energy is anything but. And the real green energy would be nuclear power, but a lot of people are still opposed to that for some reason. The problem with hydroelectric is, of course, you've got other environmental concerns besides carbon footprint. You want to destroy this natural ecosystem of this river in order to get more carbon-free energy, or do you want to slow global warming with building infinite hydroelectric plants? It's not as cut and dry as all that, right? We just changed my AC filters. Should have been my dad. I just changed them. You want to see them? Fine. I'll show you. I'll show you my super clean AC filters. You didn't want that, huh? You didn't want that answer. You didn't want to know that my AC filters were super clean, did you? Because you wanted to scold me for having dirty filters. Well, TFB. I will show you my filters. You will marvel at their cleanness. Well, I just showed it to you like this. Put that down like that. There. Sorry if I'm giving you motion sickness. I will lock this thing so it doesn't do that. Now, just take a gander at this. Oh, yeah. It was the end of June, but Cameron wrote 7 July 2024. So it was very recently that we changed this. Changed the one upstairs, too. So, yeah, my air conditioning filter is ultra clean. You know what else I changed at the same time? Whole house water filter. Yeah, I did. Oh, sure, supposedly you could wash them out, you can squirt them out, but I just replaced with a brand new one. Oh yeah, I'm responsible like that, as long as Cameron's here. It's like, another thing is, if someone's going to ask me and my industrial concerns or whatever to limit carbon emissions, then I want all the vegans to eat chicken, because chicken actually has the lowest carbon footprint, much lower than vegetables. Okay, can we have that, please? Any vegan who's in favor of carbon caps, before they make their advocacy, they need to start eating chicken to the exclusion of vegetables. Sorry, vegans. You can't have it both ways. You can't be in favor of carbon caps without eating chicken. Well, the thing is, it is the case that the planet is warming. It is the case that that warming is anthropogenic, namely human caused. And it is the case that existing ecosystems aren't designed for a different global climate than the one they had for a while prior, let's say. There's no reason to deny any of that thing. But, you know, what I want to see is people not be hypocrites. So for the ladies who used to have the bumper stickers that say keep your laws off my body, I want them to maintain that approach during COVID with the masks. For the people who maybe are, I don't know, I don't have a lot of good examples right now. The thing is, what we're seeing here is a challenge about reaching agreement about anything, even though we should all agree on basically everything I'm saying. So nobody should be in favor of either Trump or Biden. It's reasonable to say one is the less horrible of the two shitbags, right? It's reasonable to say either one is the less horrible one. For me, I say it's Trump. But if you want to say Biden's less horrible, I can understand why. Trump's horrible. Trump, I would agree that at least Biden had cooperation of people working in the White House, and what didn't have them, quitting or getting fired every other day, right? So yeah. With Biden, you're talking about a career politician too. It's like, even at his best, he was sub mediocre. Well, I don't like Trump's disregard for the checks and balances, habits of democracy, transition of power, you know, things that are factual versus things that he wants to be. I don't like that either, but I don't see it as big of as big of a deal as some people do, you know. You see it as a bunch of sound and fury signifying nothing. Keep in mind, of course, at no point did I think that the election was stolen from Trump. I always thought that was completely insane. There was plenty of reason to think that Biden won that election. After all, Biden had the advantage of not having been president before and running against Trump, who did a shitty job of it. My feelings don't care about the facts, says Mid Atlantic Expanse. Well, I mean, my feelings do care about the facts. That's what triggers my feelings most of all, is people not being swayed by my correctness and not understanding the difference between things that are actually facts, things that are interpretations, things that are speculatory, things that are flat out fabrications, etc. That will make me feel upset because I don't want people to determine their affirmations and negations based on. I want them to be open to being corrected in the status quo, but most people aren't. Either they think they've done all the calculation they need to do, or they don't think they need to do calculation. There are a lot of young people dying of overdoses. That's true. One could conceive of a world if one wished to be a so what happens if all of the domestic companies that are making insulin can't afford to sell it for that at a profit, and so stop making insulin? And now people who are in need of it are facing delays as they wait for imported insulin more cheaply made in Guatemala. What if that happens? Navy SEAL. I mean, do you find the government intrusion into healthcare has made healthcare costs go down heretofore? I see. So who's Biden saving money for? The insurance companies? Because supposedly everybody has health insurance, right? Good job, Biden, saving the insurance companies money so they can make more profit. Cool. So he's saying, I choose horrifically bad idea in uh, codified healthcare middleman called insurance. I choose to have them win over other corporate villain big pharma. Hmm. That's your idea of impactful, huh? Helping helping HMOs get a small, almost immediately forgettable, but nevertheless appreciated win over big pharma. Great job, Biden. Great job. I mean, I appreciate Biden's lack of doing things. If that's the best you can point to for him doing things, then great. I do appreciate him not accomplishing anything. I mean, the problem with Trump wasn't that he didn't accomplish things; it was that he frequently enough accomplished bad things, like assassinating an Iranian general, or failed to accomplish what he needed to accomplish, even when he was right, as with COVID, which was what he needed to accomplish was explain what our national position on the thing was regarding freedom of assembly, regarding individual rights, and that no other party, certainly not some county health official or whatever, had any power to tell you whether or not you could leave your home, etc., especially if there's no articulable contagion that you already possess that poses a substantial risk to the health of the population, somewhat uniquely. Only then can anybody conceivably justify telling you you must stay in your home. These are the kind of narratives Trump needed to articulate clearly and failed to do so, right? Biden wouldn't have done a better job of it. He probably would have been gung ho in favor of COVID alarmism. Now we know better, but what we learned from this is we should have listened to Eric right back at the beginning when he was completely correct about everything about it and has been proven so. Let's listen to him now. I mean, Navy SEAL 2K, uh, according to the Affordable Care Act, everybody has to have health insurance or be subject to a tax. And um, capping insulin prices is not a solution for poverty. So if they have to choose between their insulin and their rent, they also have to choose between groceries and rent. They also have to choose between entertainment and rent. So you're telling me this person has exactly enough money for rent and insulin, and that's it? I mean, come the fuck on. That kind of emotional appeal is not helpful in any universe, right? Well, Navy SEAL 2K, it may be the case that the unemployed don't have health care. It may also be the case that some of us don't have any health insurance. I don't. And you know what? With a little bit of pharmacy shopping, I found a pharmacy that charges a very affordable price for all the drugs, including much less are we paying for Rachel's olanzapine than we were as a copay when she had insurance. So perhaps instead of relying on Biden's half-assery in the federal government to cap the price of insulin, why don't you shop pharmacies and find the one that provides the drugs at essentially their cost, the pharmacy's cost, um, to people who don't have insurance? Because remember, who gets charged these outrageous prices? Insurance companies. If you're a human being who's paying out of pocket, then all your medical services have to be actually affordable. This is why the whole Affordable Care Act is doublespeak of the worst sort, a catastrophically bad example of government overreach that does the exact opposite of what it tries to do. Just a fucking clusterfuck of disaster. Obviously, we need to return more market forces to healthcare, not remove more market forces. That's why healthcare is so fucking expensive. Um, Nobody dies because they can't afford insulin. They either can't afford all kinds of shit, right? Or um, or they can't afford something else because they have to make room for their insulin. Like I said, if they're that tight on money, they need to do a little pharmacy shopping. We pay a very affordable price for Rachel's olanzapine that used to cost us hundreds of dollars. They need to make some decisions. Everybody needs to make some financial decisions, right? So they might need to not get at the store this year because their insulin is $50. Or they might have to find a pharmacy where they can get it for cheaper than that because they don't have insurance. They might even have to seek out a charity and ask for help from them. What we don't do is make policy to make sure that every person, even the poorest, least employed person in the country, can afford everything that they need regardless. That's just called being totally fucking insane. Trying to remove from everybody their agency, their responsibility. You know? It's insane. It's completely insane. And it's clear that you're not engaging with public policy through disinterested calculus at all. You're really attached to the idea that public policy is there to solve every problem, to help every person, to guarantee that nobody goes without what they need. You know, that's straight up communist bullshit. You know, no Navy SEAL 2K. First of all, no country in the world has as butt fucked up system of healthcare as we do. And the reason it's so butt fucked up is because we have codified this middleman called insurance companies that astronomically uh, elevate the price of healthcare. Additionally, we've required everybody to have healthcare that they don't need or want. with preventative medicine, all this other shit that it covers, rather than the only kind of mandated healthcare that makes any kind of sense, which is high deductible, low premium healthcare of the liability aversion, which is how they justified the bill in the first fucking place. Now, all of this catastrophic bad policy, and you think the solution is more government policy on healthcare, such that now you're going to cap the price of insulin. Well, those companies that were making more money on their insulin, maybe now they're going to have to raise the price of some other important drug, like, I don't know, some kidney medicine, right? And now all of a sudden, those people can't afford their drugs. They're like, what gives? What gives? And now we have to make another law to cap the price of this. And before we know it, the government gets to decide the price of everything. You have to be better than that intellectually. You have to be stronger than that emotionally. Okay? We can only do what we can do pragmatically, that it will be effective, useful, smart, and principled. We cannot tend to every little problem that you think is worth attending to. That you think it's a good thing that Biden capped the price of insulin. Okay, well, first of all, again, he didn't do that, right? Was that a bill passed by Congress? If he did do it, he has no such authority, should not attempt to execute it, right? He's the executive. Speaking of Navy SEAL 2K, there's no big word salad. I'm saying, can't you? The idea that the government can simply dictate price caps and stuff without unintended consequences. It's something a child would think, right? It's like, so somebody's going to lose money somewhere that they're currently getting from insulin, sometimes being priced over $30 or whatever, right? What's going to happen in response to that reduction of that revenue stream? What are going to be the real world consequences of that? If that company produces some other drug, might they raise the price of that? Okay, fine, not kidney disease. Okay, fine. Let's call it a drug that treats schizophrenia. And the problem with what Biden did is Biden and Navy SEAL are sitting there feeling wonderful. We've done such a wonderful job helping all these poor diabetics. Meanwhile, people with schizophrenia are going into full-blown psychotic breaks because their drug has doubled in price because it represents a smaller portion, a much smaller portion of the revenue by company X that makes those two things, insulin and the schizophrenia drug. So they have to way jack up schizophrenia drug to try to make their quarterly earnings look decent for stockholders, or their stocks are going to plummet, etc. Right? Biden didn't think about this at all. Navy SEAL didn't think about this at all. There's just this idea that somehow it's a good thing to arbitrarily cap the price of a given drug because some poor people need it and can't afford it sometimes. I mean, if you had to do some sort of government intervention on that, you'd make available free or discounted insulin to diabetics who can establish a low enough income. At least if you're going to be autocratic about the subject, take on the responsibility yourself. Don't just dictate and let the chips fall where they may to the people that actually impacts. Yeah, price capping worked great in the Soviet Union. Bro, I should stop speaking. Everybody else talking to each other's in chat. Well, everybody does that in chat. So, my point is, it's basically a childlike failure to think more deeply, right? A a preference in favor of taking action upon the articulation of a specific problem that one could, in theory, take action about. The idea that articulating a specific need is sufficient to justify some sort of government action, right? It's 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 a childlike kind of arrogance almost, right? Like, why did Biden do that? Basically, so he could have a talking point for Navy SEAL and people like him. But it's not a good talking point once you break it down a little bit. If Biden wanted to do anything meaningfully, he would have encouraged legislative action on in some larger sense, but he didn't. And it's not like he did that, right? It was in some piece of legislation that he signed, or he illegally and arbitrarily and autocratically dictated from by presidential decree to a bunch of private companies what price they can charge for something. It's insane. And note, if he capped the drug, he capped it for everybody, not just for poor people. So who's the biggest winner in this? Health insurance companies. No, I'm talking about unintended consequences, right? It's not something you factored in at all, nor Biden factored in. But also, most importantly, remember, Biden didn't do that. He just signed something at best. So, you know what sounds fun? You're right, Maria. I'm gonna enjoy something. You know what I enjoy? I love doing things I enjoy. I enjoy timing you out. Oh, that was fun. Thank you for the suggestion. I mean, what we want to do is basically link healthcare as closely as possible to market forces. In the status quo, people don't have a lot of buying power, don't have a lot of extra money to go around. And the fact is, doctors, nurses, whomever, they want to work. They want to actually make money. In order to do that in a sane world, they have to price things that people can afford, and people have to only get medical care that they really need. Shocking, huh? Well, I mean, those kind of like free lunch, free breakfast programs and stuff, things that purportedly help the poor. You know what would help everybody is getting rid of public schools. Youth prison camp is deprecated, unnecessary, and a holocaust of rights violations. Well, Nabob, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, I had a whole like career in rape to child. I had a whole life before YouTube, you know, and it overlaps somewhat into YouTube. This is the current incarnation of me, not the forever incarnation of me. And again, just to close, fuck you. Well, that would be good. So that's one good reason to vote for Trump. Trump's in favor of slashing corporate taxes. So you want that for sure because every individual person who's not in a salary kind of wage arrangement can make themselves an LLC and file taxes that way and save massively on their taxes. And if I were if I were starting a business or something right now, what I would do is say we will, as a corporation, we will pay all our employees as though they were their own corporations. and therefore we can all benefit from this massive tax break. Because obviously, the last thing the federal government needs is more tax money to spend, and the last thing the American people need is to spend more on taxes or even the same amount of taxes. We need massive tax cuts for sure. It's the only thing that's going to benefit the economy meaningfully. Certainly, government spending is a much less effective way to boost the economy than tax cuts. That's well established. Government spending always involves, I mean, there's 5 distinct reasons why government spending is an overarching a negative economic impact. That doesn't mean you should never do it, right? I'm not saying that means that you should always negate that, but if your goal is economic stimulus, the best thing you can possibly do is cut taxes. And it's not like you can cut taxes on the poor anymore. They're not really paying any federal taxes. So, what you ideally, what Trump would do instead of cutting the corporate tax rate would be cut the capital gains tax, right? Eliminate it entirely. But I'll take any tax cut, and we all should take any tax cut. There's no American who should be in favor of the federal government taking as much or more in taxes as they currently do. No, we should all be in agreement that fuck that noise. It's not like the federal government has a good record of spending money wisely or effectively or to good impact. Our tax dollars funded the war on drugs, an abject failure and huge waste of money. Our tax dollars funded the war on poverty, an abject failure and huge waste of money. Our tax dollars funded the war in Vietnam, the war in Iraq, ongoing drone strikes in the Middle East. Our tax dollars fund all manner of bullshit. They fund the DEA. It's ridiculous, right? They also fund some things that are good. But remember, we all need to remember that the triangle is upside down. The most taxes we pay should be paid at the local level, and the least taxes we pay should be paid at the federal level. The federal government is the government of the states. Our state government is our primary government, and regardless, the further away your actual governance is from you, the less legitimate it is, fundamentally. Yeah, I mean, Homeland Security. Do we need Homeland Security? I don't think so. I agree, Navy SEAL 2K, that in this incredibly fucked up system of healthcare that we currently don't enjoy, it's ridiculous to point to Biden's arbitrary capping of insulin costs as some sort of significant action. It's not even though I don't approve of it, it's also the case that um, I don't think it has enough significance to even argue against or for. It's such a teeny thing, right? That he didn't even do himself. It's like you're just married to the idea that Biden's good. You don't need to be married to that idea. Just be married to the idea that Trump's horrible. Biden doesn't need to be good. Acknowledge that Biden is absolute horseshit. Yeah, of course we want our tax dollars back. Tax dollars funding, fucking. Let's. That's that the U.S. Blew a nuclear bomb up over the heads of 4 or 5 army people to prove that it was fine. We had this kind of tactical missile that was actually fired from airplanes and was designed to be our response to superior Soviet jet technology. Okay, well, if we can't keep up fighting with jet to jet fights because our jets aren't as good, we will have air-to-air nuclear missiles to blow up your whole fleet of planes. And to prove to the Americans that it was fine to do this, they blew one up over the heads of some army men. And in fact, it was fine, and they were fine. It was because, of course, there's not much fallout, because fallout means the nuclear bomb hits some ground stuff, right? And then that gets blown up into the air. All right, William, fine. Let's pull a bong rip. Let's hit a blinker. I don't disagree with you, Putty Cat. Clinton and Bush Sr. were the last two good presidents. And I like the bipartisan inclusion of both of them. I think it's totally fair. People might have a lot of like suspicion of Bush Sr. because he was CIA director, but he did a good job as president. No denying it. I think Bush Sr. and Clinton were both better than Reagan, frankly. Reagan was more colorful, perhaps, than Bush Sr., but I think Bush Sr. actually did a better job. And Clinton was colorful like Reagan, but pretty level-headed. You know, didn't try to do too much, which is a quality I appreciate a lot in a president. I'm not taking any mushrooms tonight. I don't have any, unfortunately. Russia checkmark person. Hello. Здравствуй, Vladimir. Da. Stolichная. And other Russian words. So, Hex Ha Yank has 140,000 subscribers. And how do you translate that? What does his name mean in English? Let's translate it and find out. Unject. What's unject mean? Is unject a word? I'm pretty sure unject is not a word. I'm fine, unject. Is your name really unject? Let's see. Unject, a dependency injection library for meow. Is unject like a what's that operating system called? It's not Windows and not Apple. Unix. Is that like a Unix thing? Or Linux, I mean, maybe. I also think Biden is in cahoots with going after his policy's opponents. Well, I don't know. I just go, this is what I have to say to both Biden and Trump. Nanny, 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 I can't hear you. That's going to be my response from now on to both of them. That's right. You heard it here first. Nanny, 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 I can't hear you. It's true. Well, it looks like Homie has all of his videos in Russian. So, yes, I do smoke cannabis. That's true. You're not wrong. You are, in fact, correct instead of wrong. I'll smoke some right now. This is my water pipe named Fire Crotch because the fire goes into her crotch, you see. She doesn't mind. She likes it. She likes it like that. It's the only way she can get off. Scott B. You may not hear is, but you feel him every time you go to the gas pump and grocery. I feel who? I feel the whisper of the wind in my ear. Is that what I feel? I'm not sure. I'm currently watching the autoplay video on Unject's channel. Dude, get me good. Get me good with a fire in the crotch, Eric. All right, fire crotch, I will. Why, it's cold in here. You can really see my breath. Thanks, Scott B. Thanks. The Athletics are only 17 games out of the wild card and about to start rocketing towards first place. Mark my words. They're just building up the suspense by continuing to suck for a little while. All right. You just have to accept that, know that, realize that that is true. All right. And once you do all of those things, everything will be fine. Let me put this on the mute. As soon as it starts up. You know who my favorite vice president of all time is? Spiro Agnew. Why wasn't he vice president when in Nixon's second term? Is that what happened? How did Ford become Nixon's vice president? Spiro Agnew was? Spiro Agnew was taking bribes, publicly taking bribes. Really? But he's got such a great name, Spiro. Do you know anybody else named Spiro? Oh, he was taking bribes, so he was like, sorry, you don't get to be my vice president next time. Did he start a second term? Is that what happened? Let's see. In 1973, Agnew was investigated for criminal conspiracy, bribery, extortion, and tax fraud. He took kickbacks during his time as Baltimore County Executive and Governor of Maryland. After months of maintaining his innocence, Agnew pleaded no contest to a single felony charge of tax evasion and resigned from office. Nixon replaced him with Gerald Ford. Agnew died in 1996 at the age of 77. What do you know? And that's the story of Spiro Agnew. Well, thanks, Unject. It's a hard name to remember, Unject. Guess who's winning right now? You know, we may be 17 games out of first place, but who is winning at the moment? Why, it's the Oakland Athletics, and they are up by a score of 7-1 in the seventh inning. So pretty good. Dear God, my corrupted life should have successfully prayed. All right, self-creation 777 sounds good. So yeah, I've never heard of another Spiro. I like the name Spiro. What is going on here? What is that? That was kind of impressive. My hero, Shea Langoliers, how's he doing? He's not my hero, okay? And to be honest, for the last, I don't know, a week or so, I've been neglecting the athletics, in part because I've been watching all this soccer, right? Which I've been enjoying, don't get me wrong. Who doesn't enjoy soccer? America should be successful. Hopefully, it will be successful. What we need is an Eric in charge. But, you know, the horrible thing that I must admit is I don't even want to do the job. Like, can't somebody else do it? But I don't think anybody else can do it right. So I'm just going to have to do it myself. I have other people I would vote for, but conceivably, but I don't think they're running. Do I have any plans for the 4th of July? No, I'll probably just lie down, go to sleep. I'm going to begin a mid-bottle sleepy week tomorrow. I planned to start it today, but I didn't. I got, Feeny, and I just said, one more day. I'll tell you this much. Winston's mom and I don't always agree on everything in terms of politics stuff, but she's definitely somebody I'd want to have involved in my administration. She's very sensible. In some ways, I might say too sensible. Like, some things I think we ought to be more skeptical about. She's more, she takes a more level-headed approach, you might say. But I'd rather have somebody in my administration who's too level-headed than not level-headed enough. 30 and 56 are the athletics, but don't you worry, friends. Don't you worry. That's just for the moment. Shea Langoliers is 1 for 3 in this game. The Athletics are hitting 204. And, 202 now. He's got 15 home runs, 41 RBI. 15 home runs isn't bad. But obviously not going to be an all-star. Let's just say that. The poor Athletics have lost 4 of their last 5. But today's the day. Tonight's the night. We're up 7-1. And soon we will be. Instead of being 30 and 56, we will be 31 and 56. Putty Cat, you're a very sensible person too. I mean, certainly it's the case that you hold sensible positions, on things by and large. I don't disagree with you. You're probably a little more hardline on things that I agree with than I am. It's always good to have an advocate of that side of things too. Tonight's the night. Wasn't that the slogan for Lowenbrow beer? I don't know. But if it was, it seems like a risky slogan, because what if it turns out that tomorrow is the night? Then you just think, this beer has been lying to me. Hello, Mr. Ugly One, said niece. Hi, niece. I guess you're talking to me. I'm Mr. Ugly One. Okay. Well, that's fine. I'm El Feo. La persona feo, or un hombre feo, or maybe it's just uno feo. India or Pakistan? I'll take Paktia or Indistan. That's true, Putty Cat. Niece did not call me Baldy. The warrior wishes that I would show my taint. I'm not planning on showing my taint today. Sorry. Nor really any day. No one asked you, self, says Mirror Lash. Yeah, self, no one asked you. Thing is, if I had to live in one of the two countries, well, India has the advantage of not being totally Muslim, whereas Pakistan has the advantage of not being ridiculously overcrowded. So I don't know. One of the other, six of one, half dozen of the other. She's a very level-headed lady. Where is Rachel? Rachel is upstairs having a chat with some friends, which was scheduled, video chat with a couple of friends. MC says all the beef you can eat. Okay, well, that's true. If you were to go to India and you could get away with capturing, slaughtering, and cooking the cows that walk around, then one advantage of India would be free beef. But I suspect that the Indian people wouldn't let you do that to their cows. Street food vendors are absolutely disgusting. In India, says Mid Atlantic Expanse. Well, I do get the sense that India is not necessarily the cleanest place or the most, not a place where you're going to get the most elbow room ever in the world. So I'm inclined to say I don't want to go to India, but I also don't want to go to Pakistan. I use my freedom of expression. Well, good for you. Everybody's got things they want to express. Sometimes they're wise to do so, sometimes unwise. But if I were going to go somewhere, I'd probably go outside for a few minutes. It seems like a good place to go. It's not very far away. Oh, Shay Langoliers is up to bat. Let's go, Shay Langoliers. Good eye. Good eye. And good job, ref, not calling that a strike. That was definitely a ball. So I think we will go outside in a minute or two. We're going to go look at outside. We're going to feel the air outside. Cows are sacred if you're Hindu, but my Indian friend says you can eat beef there. Well, I guess I would say to the Hindus, if cows are sacred, what do you think happens if you eat them? You get more sacred. Shay Langoliers slaps a home run. Just fair, just barely fair. Just barely fair down the third baseline. Home run, Shea Langoliers. 16th of the year. It is now 8-3 Athletics. Wonderful job, Shea Langoliers. Let's go, Shea Langoliers. Hit the ball into the stratospheres. I don't know. The umps are conferring. Was it fair? Looks foul to me. It's foul. That's foul. That's a foul ball. That's clearly foul. Unless it can go, I don't know. If it goes over the yellow line, but to the left of the pole, is it a home run? It's hard to say. I mean, it went to the left of the pole, right? But there's a yellow line on the wall that goes to the left, up, right to the left side of the pole, and it goes right over that yellow line. Here's the pole on the other side of the wall. Here's the line on the wall, okay? And it goes right over this line. And this line lines up at the edge of the pole. In fact, there's a little gap between the line and the pole. I think it's fair if you go by the line. Hey, thanks, Reaper. Great job. I appreciate your dollar. If you go by the line, I think it's a fair ball. If you go by the pole, it's definitely foul. Crazy, huh? Oh, they called it foul. They called it foul. They took the run off the board. The pole is the official measurement, you think? Okay. Well, if it had hit on the wall, it would have been a fair ball. But because it would have hit that line. But it didn't hit that line. Or it would have been fair of that line, on the fair side of that line, probably touching that line some. But because it went over the wall, it was foul because of the pole. That's my analysis on it. So it's one of those few instances where Shea Langoliers wishes he had gotten a double. Now, if the ball had hit the foul pole, it didn't, though, unfortunately. Well, pleased to all, says William. Pleased to all. Cole, BMB, hello, how are you? Wonderful to see you. Man, once again, say thank you to Reaper for his kind super chat. Well, Chris, hey, that's not true. You're not going to rub your balls in my face because I won't let you. My face, it's got like an invisible barrier around it that prevents you from rubbing your balls anywhere in my vicinity. No, I'm not an atheist. I'm going to jail. I'm not going to jail. I self-identify as a Christian, if that's what you mean. Self-creation 777. Am I going to make hot dogs for the 4th? Not planning on it. Chris Haia says, love you. Well, thank you. Cole BMB says, I'm calling the police. Okay, you go ahead and do that. How many genders are there? Well, people identify as male, female, or something in between. There are 2 biological sexes. No, I can't sing Happy Birthday to you because that's a copyrighted song, but I will sing the following. I hope you have a happy birthday. Pressing keys. I'm not holding any soap. Jesus Sierra. Accordingly, there's no soap to drop. Chris Haia, you're not going to do that. And you're also not going to do that. Okay, good to know. What are you going to do when they get there, Cole? When the cops arrive, What are you going to tell them? Yeah, happy birthday is a copyrighted song. Mirror Lash says, I'm 85 years old. How to become rich? If you're 85, I don't know how to, what to tell you about that. Okay. So I want to acknowledge the fact, Cole and Chris, you both have successfully proven yourselves incredibly crass. My mom bad as F. My mom is bad as F. Cool. Can you shout out my emptiness? I hereby shout out your emptiness. Well, I actually have a bit of a beef going way back with the Neil Sex family. You know, obviously, Anita, Anita Neil Sex is somebody that I additionally have beef with. So I don't want to shout her out in particular, namely you. Shut up, piece of crap, says Cole Baum. Wow, that is a little bit confrontational, perhaps. Winston's mom is very delicious. Okay, so Chris and Cole, you have successfully proved yourself sufficiently crass to get put on timeout. There's no reason to be like crass for the purpose of being shocking or whatever. It's not shocking nor interesting. How to make money with the knowledge of cognitive functions. Oh, I don't want to talk about that. That's boring. Firstly, lust is about wanting sex with another person. Secondly, it is bad. And thirdly, it is the opposite of love. Buddha. What? That's dumb. I thought your neighbor's name was Frida Anyone. Frida Anyone and Amanda Hug and Kiss are my two neighbors, yeah. Do I have a Ferrari? I do not have a Ferrari. I have a Mini Cooper, actually. A Mini Cooper Countryman four door. No, I did not serve in the military. I am a professional debate coach by trade. Retired at the moment, I guess you'd say. Got some stuff in the works that have nothing to do with my former career, but ENFP, ENTP are the best pairing. Change my mind. I don't think that's a good pairing, really. You look very healthy, man. I feel pretty healthy today at the moment. I don't have any particular significant health problems, but I do feel myself getting older. My eyes not working as well, needing to wear glasses more, and needing to pee more frequently, and you know, dumb stuff like that. But by and large, I do feel like I'm in good shape. I did not that long ago quit smoking cigarettes, so that was probably a good decision. I am 53. I mean, the problem is they both want to be the ones extroverting possibilities, ideas, words of various sorts. And they might engage in, like, they might enjoy doing so with each other somewhat some of the time, but ultimately there's going to be a conflict over the fact that the tool function of each is the polar of the other. I would say I poo about the same amount, probably. No, I'm 53, not 43. And I don't spend too much time worrying about getting older or anything like that, but it is the case that it's something I think about periodically. Um, just because, you got to do some long term planning and you kind of wonder, like, how much energy do I have to direct towards something on a given occasion? Or do I really want to do that physical labor thing, given that, my wrists get sore easily, given that my body's old? Those kind of questions come up relatively often. But I feel like I kind of bought myself some time of not fretting about health too much because I quit smoking. I didn't really want to quit smoking on some grounds, but I did it anyway because I wanted to make sure I didn't get emphysema or something that would dramatically undermine my ability to enjoy my life. I must say I miss cigarettes a lot. Some days more than others, but, seems like every day at some point, almost, I go, I wish I had gone out a cigarette. You'd think you'd get over it faster than that. But cigarettes are so much more addictive than nicotine. What would I not do if I were 18 again? I would not cheat on my first girlfriend. That's an easy one to answer. I wish I could say I had never cheated on anybody, but I wish I had never done that. I'm sure it damaged her, as my being cheated on later on damaged me. So if there's one thing I could take back in life, it would be that. And I've got other big things I'd like to take back, but that would be the one thing if I could take one thing back. We are born to die, says Self Creation 777. It's kind of a morbid notion. Do I identify myself as a wise man? I don't know if I'm wise or not, but I would say that I'm wise compared to my younger self. Compared against my younger self, I'm wise. And I don't think getting older necessarily makes you wiser, but it has me. Most of all, I think there was a kind of big transition in terms of wisdom that coincided with the death of my parents, especially my dad. That was a difficult thing to deal with, and also very enwisening of me. It made me wiser. Chris and Cole, gosh. All right. If you insist, I will time you out again. Yeah, I know. I know. You want a certain kind of attention. This kind of attention. So I will give it to you. There you go. We're going to have to wean you off of that, okay? But for now, it's fine. Let's see what Isaiah Reed says here. Hey, speaking of that, I should warn you that I smoke a cigarette during my bed. Oh, I don't care. That's not going to bother me. I have to see smoking plenty on Netflix and anime, whatever, you know. Good night, Putty Cat. I'll try to stay safe. When was the last time you did a clean shave? A few years ago, like maybe 7 years ago or something at Halloween. Six years ago, 7 years ago, I don't know. Do you feel guilty visiting other countries and seeing people who are less fortunate and knowing you have a better life than them? No, but I probably would if I did that. If I went to go visit poor countries, I mean, when I go visit, forget poor countries, when I go visit any city around, in California, outside of my county, um, excluding like, what's it called? What is that county called that Oakhurst is in? Madera. Madera County's fine too, but outside of like Mariposa, Madera County, I don't have to go out of country to see plenty of poverty and difficult times and experience all that kind of shit, you know? Do I feel guilty? I feel worried, you know? You asked that question before. I read that question before, Armando. Y2K19. Or someone asked it before. So I don't feel guilty because I'm not responsible for someone else's lack of good fortune. In every instance, the problem isn't that some people are are okay financially. The problem is that plenty of people aren't. It's not like I'm taking my unfair share of the pie or something. It doesn't work like that. Not like the government hands out money to people and gives more money to some people and less money to others. Dating advice, I would say try not to be very promiscuous if possible. Look for a long term partner, be picky, and then hope that relationship lasts as long as possible. It's never going to be the case when you do find the person you really love and want to be with forever that they or you is going to be happy that you've had a million partners, done a million things, whatever, you know. That's always going to make any future partner that you care about feel unsafe. Mitchell Cole says, look at this old fart. Fart Stain McGee. Well, that's not actually my name. You're thinking of a different McGee. I might be a cool guy McGee or Giga Chad McGee. I might be Ultra Plus McGee. I could be Sigma McGee. Hi, Luigi. You're Rebecca. And America does have a substantial homelessness problem. And the Supreme Court recently pivoted from its previous decision. So that Boise ruling that precluded municipalities from relocating homeless people from sidewalks has been overturned just recently, like 2 days ago or something. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm not interested in bringing the kind of energy you want, Mirror Lash. If you want more energy than this, then perhaps this isn't the stream for you today. It is the case that by and large, I would like to be interesting enough to pay attention to. You know, in other words, I'd like to provide sufficiently fluid and purposed content for people to find it interesting. However, it's also the case that ultimately I live stream what I live stream, when I live stream, how I live stream it, and that's just how it is. Where do you get your ideas from? Sometimes I watch videos. Like I've been watching quite a few YouTube videos lately, and as I watch subjects that I'm interested in, I learn some things about them, and then that necessarily links with other ideas I have and informs other things I know in ways that make me want to talk about some subject. Like today, I wanted to talk about how, and I have, but we've moved on from the topic, about how one of the big changes in the world that people perhaps aren't talking about in specifically these terms is a changing relationship that people have with ambiguity. That we used to have a lot of things that, by and large, we considered certain or the explanation, the answer for things. And now people have more skepticism, sometimes appropriately, sometimes inappropriately, and I think have a more troubled or distressed relationship with what they know, what they believe, etc. But yeah, that was what we were talking about today. And the other thing that I'm talking about in general, that's much more personal, is what exactly should I be doing with my time? I'm in California. The idea that public schools must post the Ten Commandments is silly. We need it obviously violates separation of church and state. Although the U.S.'s violation of church and state is not as hard line as say the French have it, right? What was my drug of choice? I don't think that we should be posting the Ten Commandments in public schools as a policy. I think it's maybe if some individual teacher puts them up in their classroom. I don't know if you want to make a big fuss about it, really, you know? But I don't think it should be required, certainly. It's just basically saying these schools are Christian. So, what was my drug of choice? Not fentanyl, not heroin, not crack. Chris and Cole want to play guess. Guess what it is. Give me a call when you visit Australia. Okay. plan to visit Australia, but meth is correct. Meth was my drug of choice back in the day, but it hasn't been for a long time. And I guess alcohol, really. Alcohol was my drug of choice until I quit that. But I guess meth was, after alcohol, before alcohol again. So, yeah, back in the early 2000s, I was quite an aficionado of meth. I was fond of it. Then I stopped doing that. Became a drunk. I mean, I already was a drunk kind of before I started doing the math. But anyway, had a problem with alcohol for quite some time. Quit that about 10 years ago. Now I do varying things, whatever sounds fun. Okay. But yeah, I don't have any of those kind of drugs anymore. So the thing is, I do intoxicants still, some, but I don't do meth. I don't do alcohol. Best candidate who is not Trump or Biden. I don't know. I'm not sure which other candidates. Luigi, when do you want to visit me? Like, call me first or something. All right. And then and you can come visit. But, you sound like a fun visitor. I don't know. I don't want to talk politics anymore. Politics is boring the shit out of me. Depressing the shit out of me, really. I need to eat some food. What kind of food should I eat? Well, I got a few choices. I could microwave something, I could cook something, or I could. So, okay, potatoes are a possibility. Frozen Italian dinner is a possibility. Or I think what I'll do is I'll make sausage sandwich. All right, everybody, let's make sausage sandwich. Mr. Eric, I don't know how to make sausage sandwich. That's all right, kids. I'll teach you. I'll teach you how to make a sausage sandwich you'll never forget. Step 1. Get 2 sausages. These sausages were made by Johnsonville. Get a couple of sausages from Johnsonville. It's kind of dirty sounding. Maybe it's just my imagination, but all right. Now that we've got 2 Johnsonville sausages in the pan. Let's add some liquid like this. This is called Guinness, and this particular bottle of beer has alcohol in it, so I can't drink it. Ergo, into the pot it goes. It's for cooking. Now, this will allow me to just cook right on the same pot I used to cook my hamburgers in earlier. And I won't have to worry about it getting all burny or whatever. So we'll put this liquid here. We'll meal these around like meow. We'll put this right here. And then we just let it do its thing for a while. We'll let it spend time with itself, getting intimate with itself. And we're going to wash our hands over here. This sink will provide the water, whereas this kind of oddly shaped green thing will provide the soap. It's a bar of soap. So unlike this soap, you don't squeeze it or anything. You could squeeze the bar, but that wouldn't help you get soap out of it. Once you've rinsed the soap from your hand, that's when you think to yourself, I wish I had already replaced these paper towels. But of course you didn't, because you're lazy. So what you're going to do is unscrew this top part, then meow this like so. We're going to walk over to the trash can. I'm going to put that old cardboard roll into the can, and we're going to mosey, meander, and saunter our way into the hole, whereupon we shall locate this closet, look inside of it for this object, roll of paper towels, Bounty, if you must ask, if you must know. Bounty is the kind of paper towel I prefer because, well, it's the most bountiful. So let's put it over here like this. Then we're going to screw this on, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey as always. Now we've got paper towels aplenty. You just have to find the starting line. Here it is. There. Ready to go as soon as we need a paper towel again. Now, to make sausage sandwiches, we're going to need more than just sausages. There's a different dish I could be making called just sausages, in which case I wouldn't need any other ingredients. However, I've elected not to make just sausages tonight. Instead, I've chosen to make sausage sandwiches. So, now that I've made you taller, let's explore the difference between just sausages and sausage sandwiches. The first of the distinctions that one must draw in completing the sausage sandwich endeavor that you've assigned yourself is to put some frozen breads in here, hopeful that they emerge well-cooked toasts. So, we're going to do that. Now, I'm not going to pick these scrumpy breads, right, at the top. These breads are too small. 1, 2, 3, 4. We just need 4 little breads on our doorstep. And we're going to put these breads in here. Now, you might think, Eric, can you really have a whole sausage between just two breads and call that a properly proportioned sandwich? Well, obviously not if you were to just put the whole sausage between the two breads with no further ado. That would not be acceptable. That's not what I plan to do. Alright, so what I am going to do with these sausages, instead of trying to put just one big sausage on two breads, that's not a good way to do things. When they get defrosted, then what I will do is I will take them out of here and cut them into very small pieces. We're going to obviously need to boil away all this liquid, and it'll take that amount of time to defrost these sausages and ready them for further attention. Now, in the meantime, we can begin this toast. I've learned a lesson. Just put it to bagel, even if it's breads. Putting it to toast, it gets it too toasty. Once we've got it chopped up very small, the sausage, then we'll put it back in the pan with some of this cheese, some of this mustard, and some of this ketchup to make a sausage melt goo material thing. And then we'll put that back onto these toasts. And that's going to make for a delicious sandwich that's full of flavor, spirit, panache, everything you want in a sandwich, including ganas. Con ganas, ganas. Did the Athletics win? I missed the very end of the game. What time is it for me? It is 9:29 in the PM. The trolls on training wheels did not appear until he went vertical, so I'm learning to navigate the new audience. Well, yeah, we're learning to navigate having any new audience, right? Rather than being stagnant. So when you get new people, then one of the realities of that, for example, is I have to answer the same question a million times. How old are you? Or whatever. So there are downsides to it, but obviously it's a better alternative than stagnation. I put another lamp in here today. I already had two of these lamps. I put in a third one. So let's show you what I mean. Here's the lamp in this corner. Same lamp is over here. These have been here, but today I put one over here. Now there are 3 lamps in here. Pretty cool, huh? Oops, don't show that. I'll get copyrighted for sure. Frog Boy, I'm back. Hello, Frog Boy. I'm glad you're back. What are we all talking about? Well, at the moment we were talking about the evolving reality of this channel and Flash live stream. Winston's mom predates 2024. The beginning of 2024 essentially marks the demarcation line of a new era where all of a sudden I went from being stagnant at 8,500 or so subs to doubling that in about 6 months after taking the better part of 10 years to get to 9,000, So obviously the ecosystem of the channel and the stream have changed as the dynamics have changed with the arrival of these new people. And you know, it's both a great thing, exciting and everything, and also has its downsides too. All right, let's review what we're doing. We're making sausage sandwiches, and these are the sandwiches. I mean, these are the sausages. They're cooking in some Guinness beer and a little bit of hamburger fat from earlier, because earlier today I used this pan to cook hamburgers. So the breads are done. What we're going to do with these, assuming they're fully defrosted, is we're going to cut them into small pieces. And we could do this in a couple of different possible ways. But I don't want to cut them up yet because I want to boil away more of this liquid. When I do make the melt part, which includes some of this cheese, some of this ketchup, some of this mustard, I don't want it to be too liquidy in there. I don't want that to be too much part of a sauce or something like that. I'm not trying to make a sauce. I'm trying to make a melt, which is meat plus other stuff, in this case condiments, held together by the meltiness of the cheese. So, when I do go to cut this up, I can take one of two primary approaches. I could either try to cut it in the pan with these cutting food scissors, using this, or I could bring it over here to the cutting board and cut it with a knife and hold it with like this stuff. The knife's probably a little bit more efficient of a way to do it. All right, we'll let that go for a few minutes. The Athletics did win the game. Thank you, Winston's mom, for moderating in my absence while I was dealing with the cooking. Have I ever met Jahani? No, I've not. I rolled me a fatty patty. Good job. I don't like American style mustard, said Boba Fett. I do, but I don't have American style mustard. I have Grey Poupon Dijon mustard. Have I ever shit in the bath? No. That's gross. Detachable Penis is not a terrible song, I guess. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. All right, you burb. What's gray and comes in pints? An elephant? Elephants don't come in pints. No, I'm not in Tampa. I am, in fact, in California. Exact other side of the country. There. Okay, so let's pull a bong rip, and then we'll return to the sausages and see if sufficient amount of the liquid is boiled away yet. You're from San Pedro, California. Well, I know where San Pedro is. One of the more famous signs in Los Angeles, in my opinion, is the one that, as you go into downtown, says San Pedro. Yeah, but that doesn't really work. San Pedro. You got to get this different one. It's not San Pedro. It works well. Oh, Bob Smith, I see. I do understand. Okay, I get it now. I didn't at first. Your joke left me confused, bewildered, unsure. And more than a little frightened. We elderly scare easily. Put a little bit of these dried onions in here. Just for shits and giggles. Put a little bit of this in here. Alright. Now we're going to pull this out, chop it up. This knife's fine for this purpose. Okay. So let's pull it over here. Right now. Okay, so obviously the sausage isn't done cooking yet, but cutting it into small pieces and putting it back will help facilitate that process, speed it up. I guess I should have said, will help expedite that process. Okay, so this one's all cut up. Now let's cut up this one. Okay, cut that right in half, and then chop this in half. Yeah, chop this in half. There. Now, just chop, 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 chop. Cut, 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 cut. That's really starting to caramelize in the pan there, so I need to get this sausage into that pan, lickety split. Let's go ahead and do it now. Well, in you go, before you get back. Here we go. Now, get this thing. Right around. Okay, that's looking a little darker than I want. I need some kind of deglazer here. Alright. Now I use the knife. It will help make it smaller. Scissor, scissor, cut away. Cut this sausage here today. Cut it into pieces small. Cut it one, cut it all. That's my poem. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay. Now, obviously, it's looking pretty good. But obviously I want to make sure no pieces of it are undercooked at all. And now this needs to go into the sink. This has like raw stuff. This in the sink. Nice good in the sink. We'll rinse that off and we'll wash it a little bit later. We'll put this here. This can go through too. Now let's go back to this for this thing. This is our tool of record for this to be fine. This is all cut up and everything fine. Looking good. Now, we're going to do something that's going to shock everybody. That's right, we're going to turn it off for a second. If you're following along at home, you might be like, are you sure, Eric? Are you sure? Did you misspeak? Is something wrong? No, it's fine. Now we're going to put some of this in here. Good amount. We want a decent amount of cheese. And we will additionally get some of this. Instead of putting this on the bread, I'm just going to put a little bit in the mixture. That should be fine. That Dijon mustard is pretty strong, so we don't need a shit ton of it. And then let's additionally put a little bit of God's condiment, ketchup. There. Now, we're going to stir this together. Now we can put this back on. It's nice and greasy, see? That's what we want. We want a nice, delicious, greasy, melty delight. And that's what we're getting here. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys my joke that I made up a long time ago. It's relevant to something discussed earlier tonight. What song did Richard Nixon sing to his vice president? Did you ever know that you're my Spiro? Get it? Because his name was Spiro Agnew. That's why he sang that song. Now you understand. Alright, fine. I'll use real plays. Fine. I agree, it's messy enough to justify real plays. 1 bread, 2 bread, 3 bread, 4. These breads are breads. Close that door. Here we go. A nice scoop of stuff. You put the nice scoop of stuff right there. And you put the nice little scoop right there. And then you put the nice scoop right there. And additionally, you put another scoop right there. That's a good scoop. That is a good scoop. and a little bit of scooper. A little bit more scooper right there. All right. Good for me. I've done a wonderful job. Now we put these lids on the sandwiches, just like that. And if we'd like, we could even go crazy and cut the sandwich. But be fancy. Cut it diagonal. If you aren't cutting your sandwich diagonal, why are you even bothering to cut your sandwich? There's nothing fancy about a vertical cut or a horizontal cut. Now, the only truly fancy sandwich cut is the diagonal cut, as per meow. Yeah. There. Okay. We're going to put that in the sink. We're going to put these things in the fridge. Let's put these back in the fridge. Meow, meow, meow. Go back in the fridge. Let's put them there where they will enjoy their time safely tucked away into the coldness. Put those there. Put this here. Et voila! Now, it's time to open this new bag of chips. As you see, we've gotten chips featuring both the sour cream flavor and the onion flavor. Alright, now we're going to take these over to the other place. Here we go. So, currently in the 5th inning, is that possible? I guess it was, no, it couldn't be. So let's be a replay of this game. All right. There's Rachel's food. If she's not down by the time I'm done eating my food, then what I will do is take it up to her. Thanks for the pyramid discussion last night. Enjoyed it. Oh yeah, it's an interesting topic. It's excellent. There's no denying that. Hi, Carmet Metalhead 332. I mean, the whole pyramid thing is, it's part of this overarching topic that we're trying to talk about today, which is, how do you know which orthodoxies, so to speak, ought to be, afforded legitimacy to the extent that you look into it more, or deserve to be afforded a greater chance that they're true or something, So, for example, we have flat Earth as something that is an area where I think we ought to be perfectly comfortable with the orthodox understanding of things, namely that of a sun-centric solar system, mostly globular planets, etc. There's no good reason to doubt that orthodoxy. In contrast, there are other orthodoxies that should be subject to a lot more openness than that, right? So the topic is kind of like, how do you tell when something legitimately is called into doubt and when something is just being, when something just an example of a universal doubt that is applied to anything that doesn't fit into an orthodoxy, you know? Yeah, well, Antarctica is a an interesting subject too. As with a lot of things where there's genuine interestingness, it seems there's also a lot of fantastical nonsense. You know, um, one wonders in some such instances whether that's a purposeful attempt to obfuscate or something. Not necessarily. I'm not saying with Antarctica, but high gains music. Well, there are a lot of places where planes can't fly over, so the problem with exclusive access to certain information or places is it does breed a lot of wild speculation, some of which might be legit and some might be illegit, you know. What's more difficult to quit, alcohol or cigarettes? Well, in some ways, cigarettes, but like alcohol, when I quit drinking alcohol, I mostly felt in the immediate aftermath of quitting this great sense of relief and being free from this torturous cycle of being drunk and then hungover and yeah, 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 you know. But cigarettes were in some sense easy to quit, but I'm surprised by how persistent the actual desire for them is. I almost never think about, like, I never really want to drink alcohol. There were occasions way back when I was quitting that I did, but and I had to resist those moments. But by and large, I I didn't want to drink alcohol nearly as frequently as I want to smoke cigarettes. So I don't know. The thing about cigarettes is there's a lot to miss about them besides just the cigarette. Like I hit these vapes and they give me nicotine presumably, and that I'm sure uh, helped me quit smoking cigarettes a lot. But also, it's like a cigarette's a little event, right? You go outside. It's got a built-in duration that you can vary. So it naturally lasts as long about as a cigarette smoking a cigarette lasts. But you can smoke it slower or faster. You don't have to smoke the whole thing. In addition to being an event, it's a personal object. Like these are personal objects too, but cigarettes are a much better kind of personal object than these. A pack of cigarettes, it's like its own clock, kind of, you know? You you get your pack of cigarettes out of your pocket, you shake it to see how many cigarettes are left. You mark the passage of time called one pack of cigarettes worth of time. I mean, that's not the problem with nicotine and cigarettes. There's not any really, I don't think there is a big problem with them. I'm not saying they're a problem. What I'd say about cigarettes is the reason they're hard to quit isn't so much that they're so addictive, it's that as it is that they're great. The cigarettes are great, you know? Smoking has a lot to recommend it. Yeah. With alcohol, it's like misery trying to manage this difficult relationship I have with this horrible drug, or free and at peace and able to do other things, other intoxicants that I can enjoy, you know? So, accordingly, kind of a no brainer with alcohol. It just, alcohol too is a matter of, there's plenty to miss about it once you quit it, but mostly what you miss, what you recognize right away is what you don't miss. Feeling sick all the time, making bad decisions, embarrassing yourself, etc. Cigarettes, they represent a prioritization of your long-term health um, over continuing this habit, you know. So it's harder to quit in that way. like, I would never quit drinking coffee because why, you know? It's not going to make me sick, but if if as I get older, it gets more and more like I get stomach acid, heartburn when I drink coffee. Let's say that general tendency that happens, there's some correlation between the two. Let's say that gets more extreme as I get older, then I'd have to cut back on coffee because I don't want to experience that stomach acidy feeling. But the difference between that and cigarettes is like, if I wait until I'm experiencing actual problems in the moment because of the harms I've done to myself from smoking cigarettes, then it's probably too late to quit and recover from those harms in full, right? Once you get emphysema or something like that, I don't think it really goes away when you stop smoking. Okay. I'm going to take Rachel's food up to her. You can come too. So, you know, interesting times, interesting things, interesting rhymes, interesting rings. Elon married Grimes. Oh, Rachel's in this room. Hi, everybody. Okay, so Rachel's food has now been delivered to her. It's funny, she's not sitting in her room. I wonder if that's because she thinks her room looks messy. I would suspect that's a decent chance that's why. Okay, I see what that is. Nothing. It's just some, I don't know, little leaves or something. Or little bits of plastic, maybe. Okay, now that I've eaten food, I feel better. And I want to go outside with you. Yeah, I don't see really any negative effects from drinking coffee either. All this talk of coffee makes me want to have some coffee. Okay, right, what am I doing? Coffee. All right. Then after I make this cup of coffee, I think I'm gonna redo the pot. You know, like empty out the leftover coffee and make a new pot of coffee. Make a new percolator's worth of coffee. This coffee lasts us for days. Of course, Rachel, I don't think is as enthusiastic about reheated leftover coffee as I am. She only likes it when it's like hot and fresh, same day, whatever. I don't know. I think she just doesn't like to microwave it for reasons unknown. Because I don't think it tastes really any different or anything. But of course, she drinks it black, so. Whereas I have a cup of basically half creamer, half coffee. Alright, let's put this. Oh, Bo, I forgot. It's already shit in the sack. No. God damn it. Well, alright, let's go to the trash can. Let's go to the trash can. Let's do that instead. Whoa, careful now. Don't get crazy. There, that's better. Okay, we'll take this with us to the other room. Which room, you might ask? Well, I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with Tawdry room. Rhymes with Tawdry room. That's where we're going. Let's make the journey now, together, as part of our team building experience. I'm building teams and welding seams. Okay. Now that we're in the Tawdry room. Oh, you want to know the answer? The answer is actually Tawdry room. It was a trick question. It doesn't just rhyme with Tawdry room. It is Tawdry room. Okay, so this part is now cleaned off. I'm sorry, I forgot about you and left you in the hallway. How offended you must be. God knows I would be offended. Okay, now that we've cleaned this part. Oh yes, we've cleaned it. We're going to get to this part here. So, as you can see, this old coffee will pour out into the sink without difficulty, and you can bid it a fond farewell without any regret in your heart. Goodbye, old coffee. You did a good job for as long as you were around. But it's time to bring in some fresh blood into the organization. No, I'm sorry. We lost your pension fund in a Ponzi scheme. Bye, old coffee. Yeah, no pension check, that's right. Sorry. Well, okay. Stole your pension check. We stole the pension fund because, well, I stole. Well, I wanted more money. That's why. And so that's why I did it. You're welcome. Did you really expect me to fund your retirement, coffee grounds. No. You did, you were fooling yourself. Don't treat me like some kind of racist Mammy Jenkins. Alright, next we're going to put this back into here. There. Perfect. Alright, I'll carry you into the kitchen and I will open the microwave so it doesn't continually beep at us. Alright, let's do it. Put you in the kitchen. Be prepared to witness something absolutely remarkable. Oh my God, you say? I really did witness something remarkable. And you were right. Everyone's lives were changed from that moment on. For everyone realized that they were a part of something truly amazing. More amazing than Christmas and Easter and Halloween all combined. The thing is, here, just chill out, cat. Fine, go ahead, eat your nap if you want. Okay, go outside. There. Just enough to bring them off there. One. Okay, now let's get the coffee smushed around so we can see if we have as much coffee as we need. I don't think we do. It's a little shy. Let's squish it around a bit though. Yeah, we're gonna definitely need a bigger boat. Okay, here we go. Right out here, yo. And then get into here, you. All right, there. That seems like the right amount of coffee. Now we're going to get this lid, put that on there, and just turn this on like so. And then we're done with that part of the coffee making. Next, we shall get our coffee that we heated in the microwave, take it over here to the coffee creamer, and apply about a quarter cup, maybe a little more, of non-dairy creamer. We'll then steer with this little butter knife. Through some experimentation, this seems to get less gross than, say, a spoon or a fork, perhaps because of the simplicity of its shape. Regardless, now we've got a prepared cup of coffee. Let's say you want to step it up a notch and make it a little extra special. Is there anything extra you can do? Yes, there is. And I will show you what it is right now. We're going to get a bit of this vitamin D milk, which is, of course, whole milk. And just splash of that with it in there. Whole milk brings the quality of wholeness to something. In this case, coffee. And I must say, yes, it is absolutely delicious. A taste sensation that is seasoned in the nation. It's the Army's favorite ration. And a taste bud vacation. Thanks, Simple Girl. Moria says, bro, who TF are you? Alien? I'm not an alien, no. It's not that the room is small necessarily as it is. We do have kind of low ceilings, but also I'm 6'5", so I'm pretty tall. No, I'm not an alien. Again, Moria Kappa. I am of purely terrestrial origin, I assure you. Purely terrestrial origin. How you streaming for hours and hours? Well, just one of those days, you know. I mean, I haven't been streaming for that long. I'd say probably maybe 5 hours. That's not that long of a stream. Delicious, delicious coffee. Conversion to centimeters. I think it's 195, I think. 100. I have looked it up many times. I can never remember. My wife is upstairs in the black room. So over there in that room. She's chatting with a couple friends on a video conference and apparently having a wonderful time. I hear her laughing a lot, and yeah, she's great. I am a lucky guy, for sure. She's a wonderful lady. She's laughing, chatting with her friends, and I took her up some dinner. It's fine. I mean, Rachel sometimes handles the stream, you know, so it's to be expected that that kind of sort of event will happen. If Rachel's streaming, let's say, and somebody sees her face on their shorts feed and clicks it to see what the stream's happening, they might not even realize that it's the same channel as when they're watching me, you know. It certainly is relatively common, you know. No, I mean, I'm sure what happened is Evan chatted with her when she was doing the streaming, and I was doing something else. I don't know what I was doing, and this has happened before when after she's streamed for some period of hours that somebody else comes back and then they see Rachel and they go like, "Oh my God, I didn't that's your wife? Oh, I had no idea." Yeah, it does happen. So I appreciate it. It's like it's kind of a cool phenomenon that can only happen if both parties sometimes live stream independently of each other. Oh, Boba Fett, will you stop? No, I don't think anybody was trolling you, Heather. I'm not. Everybody just everything's fine, okay? Everybody, everything's fine except for Boba Fett and his dislike of vertical streaming. Well, you know what, Boba Fett? Oh, Doctor Bong, be nice. Don't tell bad things about people like they're a B word or a S word or a D word or an A word or any of those words, those bad words, those curse terms, as they're called. What are you intrigued in at the moment? Excellent question, Mr. Kev. Uh, what am I intrigued in? Well, I mean, I'm, I guess you'd say I'm intrigued in our moment in history. Like, it feels unprecedented to me in comparison to my life prior, prior to say COVID. But additionally, I think we have a lot of reasons to think that humanity's never been at the precipice of so many dramatic changes all at once. So I guess I would say um, that I'm most intrigued in reading about stuff like the singularity AI stuff and stuff about projections from existing data sets, be it population, food production, stuff like that. But but when I try to talk about things that I'm intrigued by, I tend to elicit more pushback than I'm looking for. By and large, I don't want to discuss these issues I am talking about, and this is the bottom line of it is I want to inform others about these things, but they're the kind of things in which about which other people feel as though there are a range of acceptable positions on the matter. Most disturbing video I've ever seen. I don't even really like to think about the question. I have seen some disturbing videos. There have been disturbing scenes in movies that have haunted me for a long time. Regardless, I don't want to bring it to mind if there's anything in particular. There already, I don't want to answer that question. Yeah, the A's won. That was great. Good job, A's. Wait, who just sent me? I'm welcome to the channel. I don't know who just sent you, and welcome to the channel indeed. Have you messed around with any of the AI? I've been using it almost daily since it's been introduced. Rachel uses it all the time. She's got ChatGPT and she's always on it. It's like her new addiction. But I've used it some and not very much. Not sure. I guess I need to figure out what all exactly it can do for me. But in general, I also need to determine what it is I want to have done for me. So there are certain things that if I'm going to make something, I want to be responsible for them, independent of any other assistance. Other things I'd like to delegate to some extent. Hey, you read my. Please, I like and subscribe. Read your what? Text, please. I mean your chat. I am reading your chat. I just subscribed. You said. The Chat GPT voice feature is nice. I run my own business, so it's like a little assistant. 18,000 subscribers, says Cameron. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. You'll be rewarded in dollars, maybe even tens of dollars. True that, Cameron. True that. Indeed. Thank you. I did not know we had passed the 18,000 mark. That's perhaps a milestone I was never really sure I would email, etc. Thanks. Read this one. I am the best. You are the best, Sabrina. You're the best around. You are Sabrina Esquivel. You're the best around. Cause you are Sabrina Esquivel. Thanks, simple girl. 10:30 p.m. 10:30 in the p.m. I am getting a little bit tired at this point. I will probably wrap up this stream. Not in this super long time. But I think I'll pull a couple reps first, sip this coffee and ease on down the road. Were any of the males in your family balding, or were you one of the exceptions? My dad was balding. My mom had a big head of hair on her. I never met either of my biological grandfathers, and that's all the people in the family that are males. Chris, I'm not going to fuck your butt, okay? God. Get somebody else to fuck your butt. That would have been nice. We had gotten to 18K during the flight, but wasn't meant to be, I suppose. Anyhow, now that we've addressed Chris's request/command to the negation, I didn't have very many people in my family. I had my mom and my dad, and that's it. not really any other males in the family that were related to me that I can think of. I had a grandma. She had her brothers and sisters, but I really didn't meet her brothers very often, if at all. Her sisters were around. Well, I timed them out for 1.8k seconds. You then, ultimately, Winston's mom, I think you reduced their sentence by giving them only 600 seconds. I don't think it's cumulative. So instead of 1.8, they got 600. My point is, in this instance, though I'm sure you did not intend to, you actually de-escalated it. Because they don't add together. We may have done it at the same time, but because yours comes after mine on the thing here, it means that the 1.8k seconds was replaced with 600 seconds. I know you didn't mean to do it. And I don't mean to be picky correcting you about it, but I just wanted to be accurate about the whole thing. I don't know why. Because I'm Eric and I do that stuff. I feel pretty good today. Pretty relaxed. Fairly motivated by my little unplanned or counterplanned Adderall binge today. It's nice to feel enlivened, but ultimately I need to take my mid-bottle sleepy week break or else I'm just wasting Adderall. Just too little bang for too much buck. So, good news is I've got this soccer tournament to watch. It's ongoing. It's proving to be really very interesting. Particularly, I mean, the European tournament. The game today, Turkey versus Austria, was outstanding. An amazing game. Just one of the most exciting soccer games I've ever seen. So that was nice. And I will have more soccer games to watch tomorrow. There's also the reality that the new Crunchyroll season is starting. So while I'm in sleepy mode, there should be some nice kind of comfort food media to consume. I find there to be a little bit more comprised comfort food than media than anime, but international soccer certainly is up for it in terms of competition, especially when you get a really good game like I had today. And then we need to get this other house rented and so forth. And get some things done during the sleepy week, but I got to settle into rest and relaxation. Yeah, USA's out of Copa America. Apparently, rather, I did have the game on in the background, but I wasn't paying that much attention to it. But from what I saw on the replay and stuff, it seemed like a very unjust decision regarding this one U.S. goal being taken off the board. You bought an ounce of this Dizzy Royal Salute today, plus one of those hash pre-rolls we enjoy for guess how many dollars? Well, I'm assuming the ounce is at least got to be at least 140. I'd say 150. Because I know you get good deals. I'm going to say 150. Yeah, I nailed it. Bam. But that's because it's you, Cam. Anybody else, that would cost a lot more than that. The next prescription refill is in, a little more than 2 weeks. But the thing is, I have some Adderalls and separated off into a different bottle. I just have to, be self-disciplined and force myself to take a mid sleepy week here and wait for my rest to get back up. I think, well, I mean, Pete Z33, I would say Spain, but um, Germany has also looked really good. I'm rooting for England, but my pick from the beginning, after watching the first game of all the teams, was Spain. I'm going to stick with my Spain pick. I think Spain's going to win it. I hope England wins it. My second choice, if Spain doesn't win it, is Germany. Right. I'm going to try to lay off until like the 9th and save what I have left until then. Joseph Mena, not a whole heck of a lot. I'm running out of live stream, but I'm not completely done yet. I'm still feeling pretty energized because I did go hard today, However, with limited dopamine reserves to inhibit the reuptake of, that energy doesn't last as long as it would on, say, day one. Who has the best soccer football uniforms according to Rachel? She hasn't voiced any particular opinion on that I can recall, but according to me, well, I've always been partial to the Croatian ones because they're a checkerboard and it makes it easy for you to distinguish them. They're the only ones who have that pattern of uniform. But I also like the Peruvian uniforms for similar reason. They have up and down stripes. I like Argentina for a similar reason. Let's see. I mean, most of the teams have pretty plain uniforms, like Italy, England, Austria, Netherlands. And obviously nobody's going to be super excited about just regular white uniform like England has. I love England's uniforms. It's just like regular white clothes. No, obviously not. I don't like Brazil's uniforms because I don't like yellow that much. The USA always has dumb uniforms, it seems like. I don't like Mexico's uniforms. I've been watching Copa America too, Colombia tied Brazil tonight. They're still in the group stage, so they can still have ties in Copa America. In Euro, no way, Jose. You're not in the group stage anymore. Ties are out of the question. Should I stake this thing or what? Maybe. It requires me getting a steak, however. Maybe I should take it. It is kind of falling over. But I don't know why it's falling over. I feel like I should understand better why it's falling over before I stake it. Because, it seems to be unfalling over itself by turning back. The top of it's turning back, but the trunk of it seems to be leaning over. If it's just settled into a more optimal spot, then maybe I should just let it go, If it's going to continue leaning and the leaning's going to get worse, well, in that case, I should probably stake it up. Meow. I do hear your meows, yes. And I admire your meowing ways. Austria just kicked out the competition by Turkey. Yeah, I know that game was spectacular, Pete Z33. That was the best game I've seen all summer. That Turkey-Austria game was action-packed. Very high tension. Just really a great game all across the board. Okay. Well, I'm going to wrap it up now. Thanks all for being here. And I will see you again next time on Talking with Famous People.